Have you ever wished you could finally take total command of your mind, waking up each day with absolute control over your emotions, your reactions, and your life, without consciously doing anything at all? Imagine lying down at night, overwhelmed by stress, anxiety, or racing thoughts, yet effortlessly waking up with a crystal-clear mind, unwavering strength, and rock-solid confidence. Here's a life-changing secret most people never discover. Every single night, your subconscious mind quietly shapes your entire life. While you sleep, your subconscious is absorbing every thought and feeling you've carried into bed, deeply embedding them into your mental framework. If you fall asleep stressed or anxious, those emotions become stronger, locking you into a frustrating cycle of worry and self-doubt. But tonight, you can break free. Stoicism, the powerful ancient philosophy practiced by warriors, philosophers, and emperors like Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and Seneca, isn't just theory, it's mental mastery. It's training for your subconscious mind, rewiring your thoughts and emotions so you gain complete control over how you respond to life's challenges. And the most remarkable thing? You don't have to consciously do anything but listen, because your subconscious effortlessly absorbs this wisdom while you sleep. Imagine yourself tonight, calmly sinking into restful sleep, your breathing slow and steady. Instead of overthinking or anxiety, your mind absorbs powerful Stoic lessons, quietly reshaping your inner landscape overnight. With each passing hour of deep sleep, these timeless teachings erase anxiety, dissolve stress, and silence your inner doubts, replacing them with clarity, strength, and an unbreakable emotional core. This is not passive listening. It's subconscious mental training at the deepest level, a nightly reset that clears away negative patterns and installs new, powerful mental pathways. Every moment of sleep brings you closer to complete mental mastery, giving you the power to calmly face anything life throws your way. When you awaken tomorrow morning, you'll feel different, not just rested, but completely in control. Anxiety will be replaced by clarity. Doubt will be replaced by confidence. You'll stand strong and steady, unshaken by chaos, emotionally resilient and mentally unbreakable. So if you're ready to end the cycle of anxiety, overwhelm, and self-doubt forever, tonight is your turning point. Allow these 4 powerful hours of Stoicism to reshape your mind effortlessly while you sleep. Close your eyes tonight, knowing that when you open them tomorrow, you won't just feel rested, you'll have achieved complete mental control. Let me introduce you to a Stoic philosopher you'll find truly fascinating, Epictetus. Born into slavery, he faced adversity from the very beginning, yet he managed to rise above his circumstances in a truly Stoic way. Despite enduring a life that most would find unbearable, Epictetus didn't let his external conditions define his inner world. He focused on what he could control, his thoughts and reactions. It's like that Stoic concept of you have power over your mind, not outside events. He later became a prominent philosopher, teaching Stoicism and inspiring countless others. He emphasized the importance of living in accordance with nature and mastering our desires. His teachings are like a guide to finding peace and contentment, no matter what life throws at you. So, when you're grappling with life's challenges or striving for a deeper sense of purpose, think of Epictetus. His story and Stoic wisdom can serve as a lantern in the darkness, helping you navigate your journey with resilience and inner strength. Let's delve into his world of Stoicism together and discover the gems of wisdom it offers for our own lives. The only thing I ask of you is not to skip this video in any way. If you're here, consider yourself different from the majority. Consider yourself an exception. Now act like one and don't skip any part of the content. 1. Amor fati. Embrace your fate. You know, there's this fascinating Stoic concept called amor fati, which essentially means loving your fate. It's about embracing not just the good things that happen in life, but also the challenges and setbacks. Imagine seeing every obstacle as an opportunity for growth and transformation. It's like saying, "Hey life, throw whatever you want at me and I'll find a way to make the most of it." Life is unpredictable, right? Sometimes things don't go the way we plan, and that's where amor fati comes in. It encourages us to accept the hand we are dealt and find a way to turn even the toughest situations into something positive. It's about resilience, about saying, "I won't let circumstances define me. I'll define how I respond to them." 2. Serve others. Contribute to the common good. I've always been inspired by the Stoic idea of serving others. It's not just about being selfless. It's about understanding that when we contribute positively to our community or the world, it not only benefits others, but also brings a deep sense of purpose and fulfillment to our own lives. It's like this beautiful cycle of giving and receiving. Think about it. When you help someone or make a positive impact on their life, it's like planting a seed of goodness, and that seed grows, not just in their life, but also in yours. You feel this sense of connection, of making a meaningful difference. It's a reminder that we're not alone on this journey. We're all interconnected. 3. Memento mori. Remember your mortality. Have you ever heard of memento mori? It's a Latin phrase that means, remember you will die. Now I know that might sound a bit morbid at first, but it's actually a powerful reminder to live each day to the fullest. Imagine waking up every morning with the thought that this day might be your last. It's a call to appreciate life, cherish moments, and make every day count. Memento mori isn't about dwelling on death. It's about embracing life with a sense of urgency and purpose. It's like having a little voice in your head that says, "Hey, time is precious. Don't waste it on things that don't matter." It's about prioritizing what truly brings you joy and fulfillment, both in your actions and your relationships. 4. Self-discipline. Your internal compass. So, self-discipline. It's like having your own internal compass. It's the ability to stay on track and focused, especially when life throws distractions or temptations our way. It's about making choices that align with your long-term goals, even when the easy path might lead you astray. Think of it as the secret sauce to achieving your dreams. It's about taking consistent action, even when you don't feel like it. Self-discipline helps you build good habits, whether it's in your work, your health, or your personal growth. It's like having that friend who keeps you accountable to your best self. 5. Morning routine. Your blueprint for success. Picture your morning routine as the foundation of your day. It's that intentional time in the morning where you set the tone for how the rest of the day will unfold. Whether it's meditation, exercise, or simply planning your day, it's a way to start with purpose and clarity. A morning routine is like your daily blueprint for success. It's not about being rigid, but about creating a space for self-care and personal growth. When you start your day intentionally, it's amazing how it positively impacts your productivity and overall well-being. It's like giving yourself a head start in the marathon of life. 6. Essentialism. Simplify your life. Essentialism is all about simplifying your life. Think of it like decluttering not just your physical space, but also your mind. It's about recognizing what truly matters and focusing on that while letting go of unnecessary distractions. By doing this, you create space for what's important. Imagine your life as a room filled with various objects. Some are valuable, some are junk, and some are just taking up space. Essentialism is like going through that room, identifying the valuables, and getting rid of the clutter. It's about saying no to things that don't align with your values or goals, and yes to what truly matters. This practice brings clarity and a sense of purpose to your life. 7. Adaptability. Embrace change. Life can be unpredictable, right? So adaptability is like your superpower in dealing with change. It's about being flexible and finding new ways forward when things don't go as planned. Instead of getting stuck, you pivot and make the most out of challenging situations. Think of it as being like a bamboo tree in a storm. It bends and sways with the wind, but doesn't break. Adaptability is about not resisting change, but embracing it as an opportunity for growth. It's a mindset that says, I can handle whatever life throws my way. It helps you thrive in a world that's constantly evolving. 8. Action over information. Turning dreams into reality. Imagine having all this knowledge but never applying it. Action is where the magic happens. It's about taking that first step, even if it's a small one, instead of just accumulating information. It's how you turn your dreams into reality. Think about it like this. Imagine you have a treasure map with all the clues to find a hidden treasure. Knowing the map exists is one thing, but taking action to follow the clues and unearth the treasure is another. Action transforms potential into tangible results. It's like having the courage to set sail in search of your dreams, rather than just reading about distant lands. 9. Tolerant with others, strict with yourself, balancing compassion and self-improvement. This one's all about balance. It's about being patient and understanding when dealing with others, but also holding yourself to high standards for personal growth. It's like being kind to others, but also pushing yourself to be the best version of yourself. Balancing tolerance with self-discipline can be a delicate dance. It's about recognizing that we're all on our unique journeys, and sometimes people may not meet our expectations. Instead of judgment, it's about offering understanding and support. At the same time, it's essential to set high standards for your own growth and development. It's like being a friendly coach to yourself, nudging you to reach your full potential. 10. Resilience, bouncing back from life's challenges. You know life can throw some pretty tough punches, right? That's where resilience comes in. It's like having a strong, flexible backbone that helps you bounce back from setbacks and tough times. Instead of seeing obstacles as roadblocks, you see them as opportunities for growth. It's about developing that mental toughness to face adversity head-on and come out even stronger. 11. Empathy. Understanding others. Ever thought about what it's like to walk in someone else's shoes? That's what empathy is all about. It's the ability to truly understand and share the feelings of another person. It's like saying, I see you, I hear you, and I'm here for you. Empathy fosters deep connections with others and helps us navigate the complexities of human relationships with compassion and kindness. 12. Mindfulness, being present in the moment. You ever catch yourself worrying about the past or stressing about the future? Mindfulness is the antidote. It's about being fully present in the moment, appreciating the here and now. It's like savoring the flavors of a delicious meal or feeling the warmth of the sun on your skin during a walk. Mindfulness brings a sense of calm and clarity to your life, helping you break free from the grip of anxiety and stress. 13. Purpose, guiding your life. Have you ever wondered, what's my purpose? Purpose in life. It's a big question, but Stoicism offers guidance. Your purpose is like your North Star, guiding your decisions and actions. It's like having a mission that gives your life meaning and direction. It's about waking up every day with a sense of why you do what you do. Purpose fuels your passion and drive, helping you overcome challenges with determination. 14. Continuous learning. Never stop growing. Think about life as a never-ending journey of growth and learning. Stoicism encourages us to never stop seeking knowledge. It's like saying, I'm a student of life, and there's always something new to discover. Continuous learning keeps your mind sharp, your horizons broad, and your perspective fresh. It's like adding vibrant colors to the canvas of your life story. 15. Gratitude, counting your blessings. Have you ever stopped to think about all the things you're grateful for? Gratitude is like a warm hug for your soul. It's about recognizing and appreciating the people, experiences, and things that enrich your life. It's like saying, thank you, universe, for all these beautiful moments. Gratitude shifts your focus from what you lack to what you have, filling your heart with contentment. 16. Patience, mastering the art of waiting. In a fast-paced world, patience is like a rare gem. It's the ability to wait calmly without getting frustrated. It's like standing in a long line at the grocery store and not feeling the need to rush. Patience is a valuable skill that helps you maintain composure when faced with delays or challenging situations. It's like having a superpower that keeps stress at bay. 17. Kindness, small acts, big impact. You know, small acts of kindness can have a significant impact on someone's day. Kindness is like sprinkling a little magic wherever you go. It's about being considerate and compassionate, not just to others, but also to yourself. It's like saying, I choose kindness in a world where I can be anything. Kindness creates a ripple effect of positivity that spreads far and wide. 18. Courage, facing your fears. We all feel afraid sometimes. That's completely normal. But courage is like stepping into the arena despite your fears. It's like saying, I acknowledge my fears, but I won't let them hold me back. Courage empowers you to face challenges head-on, whether it's speaking up for what you believe in or pursuing your dreams. It's like having a fierce inner warrior. 19. Simplicity. Less is more. Have you ever noticed that simplicity can be incredibly freeing? It's about decluttering not just your physical space, but also your mind. Simplicity is like Marie Kondoing your life. It's about letting go of what doesn't serve you and focusing on what truly matters. Simplicity reduces overwhelm and brings a sense of calm and clarity. 20th. Honesty, the foundation of trust. Honesty is like the sturdy foundation of a house. It's the basis of trust and integrity in all your relationships. Being honest means being truthful in your words and actions, even when it's difficult. It's like saying, I value honesty and I'll stand by it. Honesty builds trust, and trust builds strong connections with others. 21. Healthy lifestyle, caring for your body and mind. Think of your body and mind as a temple. A healthy lifestyle is like giving that temple the care and respect it deserves. It's about regular exercise, a balanced diet, and self-care. Taking care of your physical and mental health not only makes you feel better, but also equips you to face life's challenges with vitality. 22. Forgiveness, letting go of resentment. You ever held on to a grudge and felt like it was a heavy burden? Forgiveness is like setting yourself free from that weight. It's about letting go of anger and resentment toward others. Forgiveness isn't about condoning someone's actions. It's about releasing yourself from the emotional chains of the past. It's like saying, I choose peace over holding on to pain. 23. Respect, treating others with dignity. Respect is like the golden rule. Treat others how you want to be treated. It's about showing consideration and courtesy to every individual, regardless of their background, beliefs, or differences. Respect fosters harmony and understanding in a diverse world. It's like saying, I honor the inherent worth of every person. 24. Optimism, a brighter perspective. Even in the darkest of times, optimism is like a beacon of light. It's the belief that things can get better no matter how tough they seem. Optimism is a positive outlook on life that can help you weather storms with a hopeful heart. It's like having a sunny disposition that radiates positivity to those around you. 25. Responsibility, owning your choices. Taking responsibility for your choices and actions is like being the captain of your ship. It's about owning up to your mistakes and learning from them. Responsibility means recognizing that your decisions shape your life's course. It's like saying, I'm the author of my own story, and I'll write it with integrity. 26. Balance, harmony in all things. Imagine life as a delicate balancing act. Balance is like ensuring that no area of your life tips the scales too heavily. It's about harmony in work, relationships, and personal growth. Balance prevents burnout and helps you lead a well-rounded life. It's like saying, I'll juggle my priorities to maintain equilibrium. 27. Focus, one task at a time. In a world of distractions, focus is like a superpower. It's the ability to concentrate on one task at a time, avoiding the lure of constant interruptions. Focus enhances productivity and effectiveness. It's like saying, I'll be present and fully engaged in what I'm doing right now. 28. Humility, embracing your imperfections. None of us are perfect, right? That's where humility comes in. It's like saying, I'm flawed, and that's okay. Humility is about recognizing your limitations and acknowledging that you don't have all the answers. It's like having a teachable spirit open to learning from others. 29. Adapt to change. Embrace the flow of life. Life is like a river, always flowing and changing. Embracing change is like being a skilled navigator, adjusting your course as needed. Instead of resisting change, you go with the flow. It's like saying, I'll adapt and grow with the ever-changing currents of life. 30. Mindset, the power of perspective. Ever heard of the saying, it's all in your head? Well, your mindset shapes your reality. A growth mindset is like believing that effort and learning can improve your abilities. It's about saying, I can develop and grow through dedication. Your mindset can turn challenges into opportunities for personal development. 31. Self-reflection, the mirror of the soul. Self-reflection is like looking into a mirror for your soul. It's taking the time to introspect and understand your thoughts, emotions, and actions. It's like saying, let me get to know myself better. Self-reflection helps you grow, make better decisions, and find inner peace. 32. Acceptance of imperfection. Embracing your humanity. We all make mistakes. It's part of being human. Acceptance of imperfection is like giving yourself permission to be imperfect. It's about saying, I'll learn from my flaws and keep growing. This principle reminds us that perfection is an unrealistic goal, and it's okay to stumble along the way. 33. Invest in learning, the currency of growth. Imagine knowledge as a treasure chest. Investing in learning is like filling it with jewels. It's an ongoing commitment to expanding your horizons, acquiring new skills, and gaining fresh perspectives. It's like saying, I'll never stop investing in myself. Learning fuels your personal growth and keeps your mind vibrant. 34. Admire others, recognize and celebrate. It's easy to admire someone's talents or achievements, right? Admiring others is like appreciating a beautiful piece of art. It's about recognizing and celebrating the qualities, skills, or accomplishments of those around you. It's like saying, I see your greatness and I honor it. Admiration builds positive connections and encourages a supportive community. 35. Love unconditionally. A heart without conditions. Unconditional love is like an endless wellspring of affection. It's about loving someone deeply without any expectations or conditions. It's like saying, I love you for who you are, no matter what. This principle fosters profound connections and brings a sense of warmth and belonging. 36. Cultivate relationships, nurturing bonds. Just as a garden needs care to thrive, relationships require cultivation. Cultivating relationships is like tending to a beautiful garden. It's about investing time and effort in nurturing connections with family, friends, and loved ones. It's like saying, I value our bond, and I'll make an effort to strengthen it. Building meaningful relationships enriches your life and brings joy. 37. Punctuality, respecting time. Time is a precious resource, and punctuality is like a gesture of respect. Being punctual means valuing not only your time, but also the time of others. It's like saying, I honor our commitments by being on time. Punctuality enhances reliability and builds trust in your relationships. 38. Graciousness, poise and elegance. Graciousness is like a graceful dance in social interactions. It's about maintaining your composure even in challenging situations. It's like saying, I'll respond with grace and poise. Graciousness radiates a sense of elegance and maturity, enhancing your interactions with others. 39. Savor moments. Find joy in the present. Life is filled with precious moments, and savoring them is like sipping fine wine slowly. It's about fully enjoying and appreciating the small, beautiful moments that often go unnoticed. It's like saying, this moment is a gift, and I'll savor it. Savoring brings a deeper sense of contentment and mindfulness to your life. 40. Environmental awareness, caring for our planet. Our planet is our home, and environmental awareness is like being a responsible caretaker. It's about making conscious choices to reduce your carbon footprint and protect the environment. It's like saying, I'll do my part to preserve the Earth for future generations. Environmental awareness contributes to a sustainable and healthier world. 41. Generosity, a heart of giving. Generosity is like an overflowing fountain of kindness. It's about freely sharing your resources, whether it's time, money, or support, with others without expecting anything in return. It's like saying, I'll spread love and abundance to those in need. Generosity fosters a sense of community and goodwill. 42. Inner peace. Harmony within. Inner peace is like having a calm oasis in the midst of life's storms. It's the ability to maintain tranquility and serenity even when faced with challenges. It's like saying, I'll find solace and clarity in the depths of my being. Inner peace enhances your resilience and emotional well-being. 43. Integrity, the pillar of trust. Integrity is like an unwavering pillar of trustworthiness. It's about aligning your actions with your values and being honest, even when no one is watching. It's like saying, I'll stand by my principles and do what's right. Integrity builds trust and respect in your personal and professional relationships. 44. Calmness, navigating storm with poise. Calmness is like a steady hand at the helm during turbulent times. It's the ability to maintain composure and grace under pressure. It's like saying, I'll keep a clear mind and steady heart in the face of chaos. Calmness enhances your decision-making and leadership qualities. 45. Curiosity, eyes wide open. Curiosity is like a constant thirst for knowledge and understanding. It's the desire to explore, learn, and ask questions about the world around you. It's like saying, I'll remain open to new ideas and endless possibilities. Curiosity keeps your mind engaged and fosters continuous growth. 46. Empowerment. Unleash your potential. Empowerment is like a wellspring of inner strength and confidence. It's about recognizing your own abilities and using them to achieve your goals and make a positive impact. It's like saying, I'll harness my potential to create positive change. Empowerment helps you overcome obstacles and challenges. 47. Resourcefulness, adapting and thriving. Resourcefulness is like a Swiss Army knife for life's challenges. It's the ability to find creative solutions and make the most out of limited resources. It's like saying, I'll adapt and find innovative ways to overcome obstacles. Resourcefulness enhances your problem-solving skills. 48. Vulnerability. Open heart, open connections. Vulnerability is like opening your heart and allowing others to see your authentic self. It's about being honest and transparent, even when it feels uncomfortable. It's like saying, I'll embrace my imperfections and connect on a deeper level with others. Vulnerability fosters genuine relationships and trust. 49. Balance, mind, body, spirit. Harmony. Balance in mind, body, and spirit is like orchestrating a symphony of well-being. It's about ensuring that your mental, physical, and spiritual health are in harmony. It's like saying, I'll nourish all aspects of my being for a holistic and fulfilling life. Balance promotes overall wellness and happiness. 50. Mindful consumption. Conscious choices. Mindful consumption is like being a discerning curator of your own life. It's about making conscious choices in what you consume, whether it's food, media, or products, with an awareness of their impact on your well-being and the environment. It's like saying, I'll choose wisely, aligning my values with my choices. Mindful consumption promotes personal and global sustainability. Think and act. Imagine possessing the power to find inner peace and happiness regardless of the circumstances swirling around you. That's not just powerful, it's revolutionary. It's about taking control, not of the world, but of something far more important and absolutely within our reach, our own minds. Stoicism teaches us resilience, gratitude, and the art of living a fulfilled life. But this isn't just a history lesson. It's about you, your life today. It's about facing the chaos of our modern world without losing your cool. It's about finding calm in the storm and happiness in the simplest of things. It's about transforming your mornings from something you dread into a powerful launchpad for a day filled with purpose and joy. So if you've ever felt overwhelmed by the noise of life, if you've ever struggled to find a moment's peace, or if you're just curious about how ancient wisdom can be your secret weapon in the 21st century, stick around. This might just be the video that changes everything for you. Let's dive into the Stoic strategies that can help us craft not just a morning routine, but a life filled with intention, resilience, and true happiness. I implore you to give your full attention to this video from start to finish. If you've made it here, you're not like everyone else. You're a standout, someone who seeks depth and wisdom. Your dedication to absorbing this content in full sets you apart even further. This might sound like a fancy term, but it's actually a beautifully simple concept that comes from Japan. Find your ikigai, discovering purpose in every morning. It's about discovering that sweet spot where your passions, skills, societal needs, and what you can be paid for all intersect. It's your unique reason for being. Imagine waking up each morning fueled by a clear purpose that excites you, something that makes the thought of hitting snooze just irrelevant. Marcus Aurelius wasn't just about enduring life's hardships with a stiff upper lip. He was deeply invested in the idea that we're all here to play our part, to contribute something meaningful. He urged us to approach each day as an opportunity to fulfill our role with integrity and passion. Now think about that in the context of ikigai. It's not just about finding what you love, it's about aligning it with what the world needs and what you're good at. That's where the magic happens. But how do you start uncovering your ikigai? It begins with some introspection. Ask yourself, what am I passionate about? What am I good at? What does the world need from me? What can I get paid for? It's okay if the answers don't come to you right away. This is about the journey, exploring different facets of your life and interests and seeing where they converge. This quest for your ikigai isn't just some fluffy, feel-good exercise. It's about setting the foundation for a life that's rich in meaning and satisfaction. When you align your daily actions with your deeper purpose, even the mundane tasks gain significance. Your relationships start to flourish because you're more present and engaged. Your creativity soars because you're aligned with your true passions. And overall happiness? Well, it becomes more of a constant companion than a fleeting visitor. So as you think about setting your alarm for tomorrow morning, consider what ikigai means for you. What could be so compelling that you'd leap out of bed, eager to start the day? Remember, this isn't about overnight transformation. It's a process, a gentle unfolding. And as Marcus Aurelius would remind us, it's about doing the work day by day with dedication and honor. Finding your ikigai isn't just about personal fulfillment, it's about embracing your role in the larger tapestry of life, contributing your unique thread to the ever-evolving human story. The ancient Stoics, particularly Marcus Aurelius, were big on the idea that our actions should be purposeful, not just random acts thrown into the wind, but deliberate steps guided by our inner compass. Prepare the night before, setting the stage for success. This philosophy extends beautifully into how we prepare for the day ahead, starting the night before. Here's the deal. The quality of your morning begins with how you spend your evening. It's tempting to binge-watch your favorite series until the wee hours or scroll through social media until your eyes blur. But let's pause and consider how that sets you up for the next day. Your brain needs time to unwind, to process the day's events, and to recharge for what's ahead. That's where a solid pre-sleep routine comes into play. Imagine treating your evening routine with the same respect and intention as you would any other important aspect of your life. This isn't about rigid self-discipline that sucks the joy out of your evenings. It's about creating a space that supports your well-being and aligns with your goals for the next day. For instance, limiting screen time an hour before bed isn't about denying yourself relaxation. It's about giving your mind the cue that it's time to wind down, making it easier to fall asleep and wake up feeling refreshed. Planning a bit for the next day can also be a game changer. It could be as simple as jotting down your top 3 priorities for tomorrow. This act alone sets a clear direction, ensuring you wake up with a sense of purpose. And here's where the Stoic mindset really shines. It's about acknowledging what's within our control and letting go of what's not. We might not be able to control every detail of our day, but we can certainly influence how we start it. And let's not forget about some deep breathing or meditation to calm the mind. This practice isn't just fluff. It's a powerful tool that signals to your body it's time to rest. Inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly helps reduce stress, lower your heart rate, and prepare your body for a deep, restorative sleep. It's like pressing the reset button, ensuring you wake up not just physically refreshed, but mentally and emotionally as well. In today's always-on world, this might sound like a Herculean task, but it's absolutely vital for setting the tone of your entire day. Picture this. The first moments of your morning, untainted by the digital clamor of emails, social media notifications, or the buzzing news cycle. It's just you, your thoughts, and the serene quiet of the dawn. That's not just refreshing, it's empowering. Marcus Aurelius was a strong advocate for living with intention and focus. He wasn't distracted by the notifications of ancient Rome. Avoid morning distractions, embracing serenity. And believe me, he had his share of distractions. Instead, he emphasized the importance of concentrating on the present moment and the task at hand. He knew something that's even more relevant today. The quality of your attention determines the quality of your life. So how do we apply this ancient wisdom in the modern age? First, it's about creating a morning space that's intentionally free from digital distractions. This isn't about shunning technology, but rather choosing not to let it dictate the start of your day. It's tempting to roll over and immediately check your phone, but that instantly puts you in a reactive state, responding to the demands and dramas of the external world. Instead, give yourself the gift of a peaceful start. Imagine dedicating the first hour of your day to activities that nourish your soul and sharpen your mind. Maybe it's reading, meditating, journaling, or simply enjoying a cup of coffee as you gaze out the window. This isn't wasted time. It's an investment in your well-being. By avoiding distractions, you're not just avoiding stress. You're actively creating a reservoir of peace and focus that you'll draw from throughout the day. Making the most of your mornings isn't about adding more to your to-do list. It's about subtracting the noise that doesn't serve you. It's about prioritizing what truly matters before the day's demands start pulling at your attention. This is where the Stoic practice of focusing on what's within your control comes into play. You might not be able to control the flood of emails waiting for you, but you can control how and when you choose to engage with them. So tomorrow, challenge yourself to start the day on your terms. Resist the urge to dive into the digital world first thing. Instead, anchor yourself in the present moment, savoring the peace and potential that the morning holds. Remember, every day is a new opportunity to live more intentionally, more serenely, and more in line with who you aspire to be. Let's make our mornings a testament to that ambition, guided by the timeless wisdom of Stoicism and the unwavering focus on what truly matters. Stoicism, at its core, is about understanding what is within our control and acting with virtue and intention in those areas. Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Epictetus. These guys weren't just talking about enduring life's hardships with a stiff upper lip. They were advocating for a proactive, wake up consistently, the power of routine engagement with life, taking charge of our actions and our mindset. Waking up consistently is a practice that embodies this philosophy. It's a declaration that we are in control of how we start our day, that we are not at the mercy of whims or external pressures. Building a life, as Stoicism suggests, step by step, with contentment in each action, is a powerful concept. It reminds us that big changes start with small, consistent actions. Waking up at the same time each morning might seem like a small thing, but it's a cornerstone habit that sets the stage for everything else. It's about creating a stable foundation for your day, where you're not rushing from the moment you open your eyes, but rather starting with a sense of control and purpose. But here's the thing. Consistency is challenging. It's supposed to be. The early days of trying to wake up at the same time each morning can feel like an uphill battle. Your bed feels more comfortable than ever, and the temptation to hit snooze just one more time can feel irresistible. This is where the Stoic practice of perseverance comes in. It's about reminding yourself why you're doing this, about the person you're becoming through this discipline. It's about seeing beyond the immediate comfort and focusing on the long-term benefits this habit will bring into your life. Becoming a morning person, then, is not just about the mornings themselves. It's about embodying the qualities that make you resilient, focused, and intentional throughout your day. It's a practice in self-mastery, in aligning your actions with your values, and in cultivating the kind of life you want to live, one morning at a time. So how do we make consistency our ally? Start by setting a clear intention the night before. Remind yourself why waking up at a specific time is important to you. Is it to have more quiet time in the morning for reading or meditation? Is it to exercise or simply to start your day in a more relaxed and controlled manner? Then create an environment that supports this habit. Maybe it's going to bed a bit earlier to ensure you get enough sleep, or keeping your curtains slightly open to let the natural light wake you up gently. And when it gets tough, remember the Stoic belief in the power of our own will and the importance of acting according to our principles. Each morning that you wake up at your chosen time, you're not just starting your day, you're reinforcing a commitment to yourself, to your growth, and to living a life of intention and purpose. Take it easy, embracing self-compassion. Amidst all this talk of discipline, consistency, and waking up with the sun, it's paramount to remember one thing: we're human. And being human means we're beautifully complex creatures with brains that often prefer the path of least resistance, the instant gratification route. This is precisely why embarking on new habits, like transforming our mornings, can initially feel like an uphill battle. Yet there's something incredibly freeing in acknowledging this fact. It's not a flaw, It's just part of the human experience. Now, let's channel some Stoicism into this concept. Stoicism teaches us the importance of self-compassion and understanding alongside its calls for discipline and resilience. Marcus Aurelius, in his personal writings, often reminded himself to be patient and forgiving with his own shortcomings. He knew that berating oneself for every slip-up was not the path to growth. Instead, he advocated for recognizing our errors, learning from them, and then letting them go. This approach is crucial when we're trying to cultivate new morning routines, or any habit for that matter. Those first few days or even weeks can be tough. Your alarm goes off, and every fiber of your being wants to stay cocooned in the warmth of your bed. And let's be honest, there will be days when you'll give in to that desire. That's okay. The key is what you do next. Do you beat yourself up, spiraling into a cycle of guilt and self-criticism? Or do you take a breath, forgive yourself, and see the next morning as a fresh opportunity to try again? Forgiveness and patience with ourselves are not signs of weakness. They're indicators of strength and wisdom. They mean we're in it for the long haul, ready to navigate the ups and downs with grace. This Stoic practice of self-compassion is about understanding our nature, working with it, and gently nudging ourselves towards the habits and life we aspire to. Moreover, taking it easy isn't about making excuses or allowing ourselves to perpetually fall short of our goals. It's about recognizing that growth is a process, filled with learning curves and setbacks. It's about understanding that each new day brings with it a new set of challenges and opportunities, and it's in this daily renewal that we find our strength and resilience. So as you work on embracing those early mornings, or any new habit, remember to take it easy on yourself. Celebrate the small victories, learn from the setbacks, and approach each day with a heart ready to try again. Small acts of discipline. Building a virtuous life. This isn't just about becoming a morning person. It's about cultivating a mindset that's prepared to face life's challenges with a blend of determination and kindness. Consider the simple act of placing your alarm clock across the room. It's not just about making it physically harder to snooze. It's a statement. It's a commitment to start the day on your terms, to rise despite the comfort of the bed's embrace. It's a small act of defense against the inertia of sleep and comfort, a step towards embracing the day with intention. Similarly, making your bed each morning might feel like a trivial task, especially when you're the only one who'll see it. Yet it's so much more than smoothing sheets and fluffing pillows. It's an exercise in care, in telling yourself that your environment and how you engage with it matters. It's about creating a space that reflects the order and respect you're cultivating within yourself. These small victories, as Marcus Aurelius would likely argue, are the building blocks of a disciplined life. They're the everyday choices that, while easy to overlook, cumulatively mold our character. Each time you choose to do these little things, you're casting a vote for the type of person you want to be. You're choosing to be someone who values discipline, order, and respect for oneself and one's environment. But why focus on these small acts? Because they're within everyone's reach. Not all of us can control the major events in our lives, the upheavals, the unexpected turns, but we can control how we respond to the start of each day, how we treat our immediate surroundings, and how we prime ourselves for whatever lies ahead. This is Stoicism in action, focusing on what's in our power to control and letting go of what isn't. Moreover, these practices aren't just about building discipline for discipline's sake. They're about cultivating a mindset that's prepared for life's bigger challenges. If you can commit to these small acts of discipline, you're training yourself to uphold your commitments in more significant areas. You're sharpening your ability to follow through, to remain steady in the face of adversity, and to approach life with a calm, collected demeanor, qualities that define the Stoic ideal. So as you consider the role of discipline in your life, start small. Look for those everyday opportunities to practice self-control and order. Remember, it's in these moments, in the quiet of the morning, when you decide to rise and face the day with intention, that your character is forged. Accountability partners. Sharing the journey. These practices are not just chores or tasks, they're rituals, imbuing your day with purpose and your life with a sense of direction and meaning. The idea here is simple, yet profoundly impactful. Sharing your goals with someone who not only supports you but also holds you accountable can significantly amplify your chances of success. It transforms a personal journey into a shared adventure, making the path to fulfilling your morning routine and ultimately your life's purpose less daunting and more enjoyable. Think of your accountability partner as your ally in the pursuit of self-improvement. This person is there to remind you of your commitments when the warmth of your bed feels too comforting to leave in the early hours. They're there to encourage you when progress seems slow and to celebrate your victories, no matter how small. This relationship is a two-way street. It's about mutual support and encouragement, grounded in the understanding that we're all striving to be the best versions of ourselves. The Stoics, including Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus, often emphasize the importance of community and relationships in the development of character and virtue. They believed in the power of wisdom shared, in learning from one another, and in the strength that comes from knowing you're not alone in your struggles. Finding an accountability partner in today's world is a nod to this timeless wisdom, recognizing that while the journey towards self-discipline and purpose is personal, it need not be solitary. Moreover, an accountability partner can help you see blind spots in your routine or approach that you might miss on your own. They can offer new perspectives and insights that can catalyze your growth in unexpected ways. This partnership is about more than just checking in to see if you woke up on time or followed through on your morning meditation. It's about engaging in meaningful dialogue about what's working, what isn't, and how you can both support each other in making adjustments. So how do you find this accountability partner? Look for someone who shares your commitment to growth and self-improvement. This could be a friend, a family member, or even a colleague. The key is to choose someone you trust, someone with whom you can be open and honest about your goals, struggles, and successes. Once you've found that person, be clear about what you're hoping to achieve and what kind of support you need. Set regular check-ins and be there for each other, offering encouragement, advice, and, when necessary, a gentle nudge back on track. Memento mori, remembering the value of every day. Remember, finding an accountability partner is about more than just external motivation. It's about building a relationship that inspires and uplifts both of you. It's about creating a shared space where honesty, vulnerability, and mutual support are valued and nurtured. In this space, your morning routines and broader life goals become intertwined in a collective effort towards living a more intentional, disciplined, and fulfilling life. The Stoic practice of reflecting on mortality is a call to action, a prompt to live our lives with purpose and intention. It encourages us not to squander our time on trivialities, but to concentrate on creating a meaningful legacy. Every morning when we wake up, we're presented with a fresh opportunity to engage with life in a meaningful way. to contribute positively to the world around us, and to pursue personal growth and fulfillment. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, often wrote about the fleeting nature of life, emphasizing the importance of living virtuously and making the most of the time we have. This wasn't meant to be somber. Rather, it was a liberating realization that freed him from petty concerns and allowed him to focus on his duties as emperor and as a human being striving for virtue. The idea is that by keeping the end in mind, we're more likely to live our lives with purpose and clarity, prioritizing the things and relationships that truly matter. Remembering death, in the context of our morning routines, transforms how we approach each day. It's not just another day. It's a day that we've been gifted, one that's not guaranteed to anyone. This realization can profoundly impact how we choose to spend our time, the activities we engage in, the relationships we nurture, and the legacy we strive to build. It's a reminder to live fully, to love deeply, and to leave the world a little better than we found it. Moreover, this Stoic practice helps us maintain perspective in the face of life's inevitable challenges and setbacks. When we remember that our time is limited, the daily annoyances and obstacles lose much of their power over us. We become more resilient, more focused on our long-term goals, and less likely to be derailed by temporary difficulties. It's a practice that fosters gratitude for the present moment and inspires us to make the most of it. So how can we incorporate this Stoic principle into our daily lives? It begins with a moment of reflection. Practice negative visualization, preparing for challenges. Each morning, consider the day ahead as a blank canvas, an opportunity to contribute positively to your life story and to those around you. Ask yourself, if this were my last day, would I be proud of how I'm choosing to spend it? This doesn't mean living in a constant state of existential crisis, but rather cultivating a deep appreciation for the now, for the opportunity to live, learn, and love. In embracing the Stoic practice of remembering death, we're not focusing on the end, but on the present and how we choose to live each day. It's a powerful antidote to complacency and a reminder to live our lives with intention, purpose, and gratitude. So let's greet each morning with the awareness that it is a gift, an opportunity to craft a life that's rich in meaning and aligned with our deepest values. This is the essence of living stoically, of making the most of our finite time in this world to create a legacy that endures. We're often told to focus on the positive, to visualize success and happiness in order to attract them into our lives. However, the Stoics, in their profound wisdom, offer a different perspective that's not only practical, but incredibly empowering. Negative visualization isn't about pessimism. Rather, it's a tool for resilience, preparation, and ultimately, greater appreciation of the present. The essence of this practice is to periodically imagine the challenges, losses, or difficulties you might face in life. This could range from minor inconveniences like a missed bus or a rainy day to more significant hardships such as the loss of a job or a loved one. The purpose isn't to dwell on these scenarios in a way that breeds fear or anxiety, but to mentally rehearse how you would cope with such situations should they arise. This process of visualization prepares you emotionally and mentally, making you less susceptible to being thrown off course by life's inevitable ups and downs. Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus, they all believed that by contemplating the temporary nature of everything outside our control, we could cultivate a deeper sense of peace and resilience. This practice encourages us to focus on what we can control: our responses, our attitudes, and our actions. Incorporating negative visualization into your morning routine can transform how you approach your day. Instead of stepping out the door blind to the potential challenges ahead, you're mentally equipped to face them. End with gratitude, reflecting on the day's gifts. It's like a mental training session where you strengthen your resilience muscles. So when life inevitably throws a curveball your way, you're not knocked off your feet. You've already rehearsed this moment in your mind and can draw upon your pre-visualized strategies to navigate through it. Moreover, this practice has a beautiful, somewhat paradoxical effect. It enhances our gratitude for the present moment. By imagining life without some of the things we take for granted, we come back to reality with a renewed appreciation for them. It's a reminder of how much we have to be thankful for right now, in this moment. This isn't about dwelling in fear of loss, but about using the thought of it to deepen our appreciation for the here and now. So how do we practice negative visualization in a healthy, constructive way? Start with a few moments in the morning to contemplate potential challenges of the day or broader future possibilities. Visualize how you would ideally respond, what strengths you would draw upon, what lessons you could learn, and how you could grow from the experience. Then let go of the visualization and proceed with your day, carrying with you a sense of preparedness and an enhanced appreciation for your current circumstances. Incorporating gratitude into our lives, especially as we end our day, can have a transformative impact on our well-being and outlook. Keeping a gratitude journal is a beautifully simple yet profoundly effective way to cultivate this sense of appreciation. It's about taking a few moments before we sleep to reflect on the day and jot down a few things we're grateful for. This could be anything from a kind gesture from a stranger, a beautiful sunset, the completion of a challenging task, or simply the comfort of our bed waiting to embrace us at the end of a long day. The act of writing down what we're grateful for shifts our focus from what's lacking in our lives to the abundance that's already present. It's a practice that aligns perfectly with Stoic teachings, which emphasize focusing on what we have rather than what we don't, on what's within our control rather than what isn't. This shift in perspective not only sets the stage for a peaceful night's sleep, free from the turmoil of unfulfilled desires or lingering frustrations, but it also primes our minds to begin the next day with a sense of purpose and appreciation. But why end the day with gratitude? Because it allows us to close our day on a note of positivity, regardless of the challenges we may have faced. It's a way of reaffirming the good in our lives, of finding peace even in turmoil, and of nurturing a mindset that sees opportunities for growth and joy in every circumstance. This nightly practice of gratitude creates a ripple effect, influencing not just how we sleep, but how we wake up and approach our mornings. It transforms our first thoughts of the day from groans over the alarm clock to a quiet anticipation of what the new day holds, what new things we might discover to be grateful for. Moreover, this practice of appreciating our life extends beyond our personal sphere. It enhances our relationships as we become more attuned to the value of those around us and more expressive of our appreciation for their presence in our lives. It deepens our connection to the world as we become more observant of and thankful for the beauty and wonder that surround us, often in the most mundane moments. So as we consider the multitude of strategies to enrich our mornings and, by extension, our lives, let's not overlook the power of ending our day with gratitude. It's a practice that embodies the Stoic pursuit of a good life, one marked not by external achievements or material possessions, but by inner peace, contentment, and a deep-seated appreciation for the present moment. As we wrap up this journey through the 10 strategies inspired by Stoicism, it's clear that each step, each practice, is more than just a task. It's a pathway to cultivating a life of intention, resilience, and profound gratitude. Embracing these practices doesn't mean every day will be perfect, but it does mean that every day will be met with a stronger, more grateful, and more resilient you. You have within you the power to transform not just your mornings, but your entire life into a reflection of the Stoic ideals of virtue, wisdom, and contentment. Let's get real. Most people are too afraid to tell you to your face that they don't like you. Instead, they hide behind fake smiles, hollow compliments, and forced politeness. I've been there too, thinking someone was a friend, only to find out they were secretly hoping for my downfall. It's brutal, but here's the truth. If you don't recognize the signs, you'll end up wasting your time and energy on people who deep down can't understand you. So, let's cut through the BS and talk about the signs that someone dislikes you but is hiding it. You might not like what you hear, but it's better to face the truth than live in denial. 1. They're always joking about your flaws. We all know that one person who loves to joke, especially when the joke is at your expense. They'll pick at your quirks, mistakes, and imperfections, always with a smile, saying, "I'm just messing with you." At first it seems harmless, but let's be honest. These jokes are often more than just playful banter. They're calculated digs cleverly disguised as humor, meant to chip away at your self-esteem bit by bit. I remember a time when I was close to someone who always had something to say about me. How I dressed, the way I spoke, even the projects I was working on. At first, I laughed it off, thinking it was all in good fun. But over time, I noticed a pattern. The jokes were always aimed at my perceived weaknesses, never at my strengths. It wasn't long before I started second-guessing myself, wondering if maybe I was the problem. Here's where the controversy kicks in. People who consistently joke about your flaws aren't doing it out of affection. They're testing the waters to see how much disrespect you'll tolerate. It's a subtle form of manipulation, a way for them to assert dominance while keeping you in your place. They're telling you, in no uncertain terms, that you're beneath them. The most insidious part is that they get away with it because we've been conditioned to believe that if we can't take a joke, we're the ones with the problem. But let's flip that script. I'm here to tell you that there's nothing wrong with standing up for yourself when a joke crosses the line. In fact, it's essential. You deserve to be around people who lift you up, not those who knock you down for a cheap laugh. True friends don't need to point out your flaws to feel better about themselves. They celebrate your strengths and help you work through your weaknesses without making you the butt of the joke. I've seen it happen time and again. People who let these kinds of jokes slide, thinking it's easier to keep the peace than make waves. But here's the deep truth. Allowing others to disrespect you, even in jest, is a slippery slope. It starts with small comments, but over time those jokes can wear you down, making you question your worth. The more you allow it, the more they'll push until you're left doubting yourself, all because you didn't want to seem too sensitive. I had to learn this lesson the hard way. I realized that by laughing along, I was giving them permission to keep going. I was complicit in my own disrespect. It wasn't until I started setting boundaries and standing up for myself that I noticed a change, not only in how they treated me, but in how I began to see myself. I stopped allowing their words to define me and started taking control of my own story. Here's my advice. The next time someone makes a joke at your expense, don't just brush it off. Ask yourself, is this really funny, or is there something deeper going on here? If it's the latter, don't be afraid to call them out. It might feel uncomfortable, and it might even end the friendship. But your self-respect is worth more than someone else's misguided attempt at humor. Life is too short to be surrounded by people who don't value you. If their version of friendship is constantly putting you down, it's time to seek out new friends. True friends don't need to bring you down to feel good about themselves. So, stand tall, speak up, and never let anyone reduce you to a punchline. 2. They give compliments that feel like insults. We've all experienced it. Someone offers you a compliment, but instead of feeling uplifted, you're left with a bitter taste, like you've been slapped with a velvet glove. It's the kind of compliment that makes you pause and wonder, was that really a compliment or an insult? And here's the harsh truth. Often, it's a mix of both. These backhanded compliments are a subtle tactic used to undermine you while pretending to be kind. I remember a time when I was proud of a big project I had worked on. After putting in countless hours of effort, I finally shared it with a group of colleagues. One of them, someone I thought had my back, said with a smile, "Wow, this is actually pretty good for someone like you." At first, I was stunned. On the surface, it seemed like a compliment, but those last words, "for someone like you," hit me like a ton of bricks. What did that even mean? Was I not expected to do good work? Here's the problem. These so-called compliments aren't meant to lift you up. They're a way to keep you in your place. It's a subtle power play where the person giving the compliment is asserting their superiority while making you doubt your own abilities. What they're really saying is, "I see you trying, but you'll never be as good as me." It's toxic, but it's disguised so well that you almost don't see the harm in it. Let's face it, people who give backhanded compliments are often insecure themselves. They see your strengths and potential, and it intimidates them. So, they throw in these little digs to keep you questioning yourself, making sure you don't surpass them. It's like they're giving you a pat on the back with one hand while holding you down with the other. And here's where it gets even more complicated. We've all done this at some point, not always on purpose, but we've allowed our own insecurities to slip into a compliment that serves to remind someone of their place. But here's the important lesson. You don't have to accept these disguised jabs. You have the power to recognize them for what they are, a reflection of their own insecurities, not a measure of your worth. When someone says, "You're smarter than you look," or "This is good considering you're new at this," don't just take it. Call them out on it, even if it feels awkward. Because if you don't speak up, you allow others to control how you view yourself, and that's a power you should never give away. Over time, I learned to recognize these backhanded compliments for what they truly are, reflections of someone else's insecurities. When you see them this way, they lose their sting. Instead of taking it personally, you can almost laugh it off, because their words reveal more about them than about you. Now, when I receive a backhanded compliment, I don't just let it pass. I'll respond with something like, "Thanks, but what do you mean by that?" This forces them to face the insult hidden in their words, and it often catches them off guard. They suddenly realize you're not falling for their game, and it's incredible how quickly their attitude shifts. The key takeaway: don't let anyone's subtle negativity define who you are. Whether it's a well-meaning friend, a jealous colleague, or even a family member, your worth is never up for debate. Compliments should elevate you, not bring you down. If their words make you doubt yourself, it's time to question their intentions. Life's too short to waste on people who can't celebrate your successes genuinely. Surround yourself with those who see your value and are willing to remind you of it without hidden agendas. 3. They subtly exclude you from plans. It's often the small things that hurt the most, like realizing your so-called friends accidentally forgot to invite you to an event, dinner, or weekend getaway. They'll say it was an oversight, a last-minute thing, or worse, assume you were too busy anyway. But let's be real, these aren't accidents. This is a form of social exclusion, and it's a clear sign that you're not as valued as you think. I've been there too many times. I remember checking my phone one weekend and seeing pictures of friends enjoying an event I would have loved to attend. The kicker? Not a single person mentioned it to me beforehand. When I brought it up later, they had all kinds of excuses. We thought you were busy, or it was a last-minute plan. But deep down, I knew the truth. If they really wanted me there, they would have made sure I knew about it. Here's where it gets tricky. This type of exclusion isn't just thoughtless. It's intentional. It's a way of sending a message without saying anything directly. They don't want you there, but don't have the courage to say it. Instead, they hope you'll quietly fade out of the group without making a fuss. It's passive-aggressive and cowardly, but unfortunately, it's also all too common. People rarely talk about this because it's easier to pretend it's not happening. It's easier to convince yourself it was just a mistake, rather than face the painful reality that you're being pushed out. But here's the thing. If you keep accepting these excuses, you're giving them the power to continue excluding you. You're letting them decide your place in their lives, rather than taking control of your own story. I had to learn this the hard way. For a while I kept quiet, hoping I'd be included next time. But then I realized that by staying silent, I was allowing myself to be treated as an afterthought. So I did something bold. I began confronting them about it. I'd ask, "Hey, I saw you all went out last weekend. Why didn't anyone invite me?" It wasn't easy, and it definitely created some tension, but it forced them to face their behavior. And the result? The dynamics shifted. Some became defensive, while others tried to make amends. But the message was clear. I wasn't going to let them exclude me without standing up for myself. Here's the important lesson. If people truly value you, they'll make the effort to include you, no matter how last-minute the plans may be. If they don't, then it's time to reassess the worth of those relationships. You deserve to be surrounded by people who don't make you feel like you're always chasing their approval or attention. Real friends don't forget to invite you. They make sure you're there because they genuinely enjoy your company. So, if you find yourself being subtly excluded from plans, don't just let it slide. Confront the issue, ask the tough questions, and be ready for answers, even if they're not what you want to hear. Because in the end, it's better to know where you stand than to keep wondering why you keep getting left out. And remember, you're not a backup option. You're a priority. Surround yourself with people who treat you as one. 4. They're busy, but only when it's you. We've all heard the excuse, "I'm so busy these days, sorry I can't hang out." It's the perfect excuse. Who isn't busy? But what happens when a pattern emerges? They're always free for others, posting pictures from outings, catching up with mutual friends. Yet when it's your turn, they're suddenly swamped. Here's the reality. They're not too busy. They're just too busy for you. I've experienced this frustration more than I care to admit. I remember reaching out to a close friend, trying to set up time to catch up. Every time I suggested something, they had an excuse. "I'm working late. I've got too much on my plate. Maybe next week." Meanwhile, I'd see them out with others, having a blast, always managing to find time for everyone but me. It took me a while to catch on, but the message became undeniable. I wasn't a priority in their life anymore. Here's where it gets uncomfortable. We've been conditioned to accept busy as a reasonable excuse for being left out. But the truth is, people make time for what or who they care about. If they're always too busy for you, it's not about their schedule, it's about their priorities. And that's a hard truth to swallow, because it forces you to face the possibility that you might not be as important to them as they are to you. The harsh truth is that busy is often just a polite way of saying, I don't want to spend time with you. It's easier for them to blame it on their schedule than to admit they're choosing not to include you in their life. It's a passive-aggressive way of keeping you at a distance without confronting the reality of the situation. They want to keep you on standby, just in case, without actually investing in the relationship. I've been on both sides of this, sometimes making excuses because I didn't know how to tell someone I'd outgrown the friendship. But being on the receiving end taught me a powerful lesson. It's always better to be honest, even if it's uncomfortable, than to string someone along with excuses. When I finally confronted my friend about constantly being too busy, the conversation was uncomfortable, but it was essential. It gave me the clarity I needed to move forward and invest my time and energy into relationships where I was truly valued. The underlying message here is that your time and energy are valuable. Don't waste them on people who make no effort to prioritize you. If someone is always too busy for you, it's time to reassess the relationship. You deserve to be surrounded by people who are genuinely excited to spend time with you, who make an effort to include you, not just when it suits them, but because they truly enjoy your company. It's important to recognize that people change, and so do relationships. Sometimes we hold on to people out of habit, nostalgia, or the fear of being alone, even when they have clearly moved on. But there's strength in letting go and acknowledging that you deserve more than someone's leftover time. It's not about being demanding or needy. It's about valuing yourself enough to walk away from those who don't value you. 5. They avoid physical contact like the plague. Let's address the elephant in the room, physical contact, or rather, the lack of it. We're not just talking about romantic relationships here. Physical contact is a fundamental human interaction, a way of connecting and building trust. So, what does it mean when someone goes out of their way to avoid even the simplest touch? The answer isn't pleasant. They are sending a clear signal that they are uncomfortable around you, and it's important to pay attention. I once had a colleague who would recoil whenever I tried to initiate a handshake or offer a friendly pat on the back. Initially, I thought I was imagining things, but I soon realized it wasn't just me. They were warm and tactile with everyone else, but with me, it felt like I had the plague. Eventually, I came to realize that their avoidance of physical contact wasn't just a quirk, it was a deliberate effort to keep a distance. Here's the uncomfortable truth. Physical contact is an essential part of human connection. When someone consistently avoids it, they are communicating a lack of comfort or connection. Sure, some people aren't touchy-feely, and that's fine. But when it's selective, when they're happy to hug others but stiffen up around you, it's a red flag that something isn't right. They may not explicitly dislike you, but their body language says otherwise. We've all been there, both on the giving and receiving end. Maybe you've avoided a handshake or pulled back when someone got too close because you weren't feeling the vibe. Or maybe you've been left wondering why someone always seems to flinch when you're around. It's awkward, uncomfortable, and often a sign that the relationship isn't as strong as you thought. But here's the deeper truth. Physical contact is how we express trust, warmth, and empathy. When someone avoids it with you, they are not just avoiding touch, they're avoiding intimacy, vulnerability, and closeness. They are keeping you at arm's length, both literally and figuratively. This is a clear indication that something is off in the relationship. I've learned to pay attention to these subtle signs, even when it's difficult to accept what they mean. There was a time when I dismissed the signs, convincing myself that someone's reluctance to get close was simply a personality trait. However, the more I reflected on it, the more I realized that it was about me and the nature of our relationship. When I finally addressed the issue, it led to some tough conversations, and in some cases, the end of the relationship. But ultimately, it freed me from the frustration of wondering why things felt off. The deep message: don't ignore the signs. When someone avoids physical contact with you, it's more than just a preference. It's a reflection of their comfort level and connection with you. If you start noticing this pattern, don't hesitate to bring it up. It could lead to a deeper understanding or reveal that the relationship isn't as strong as you thought. In either case, it's better to face the truth than to live in denial. You deserve relationships where physical contact isn't something to be avoided, but something that happens naturally and comfortably. Whether it's a friendly hug, a handshake, or simply sitting close without feeling awkward, these small gestures are crucial for building trust and connection. If someone consistently avoids them, it's a sign that something is wrong. Don't be afraid to ask the difficult questions, and if necessary, make tough decisions. Life is too short to be surrounded by people who keep you at a distance, both literally and figuratively. 6. They disappear when you need support. Let's face it, nothing truly reveals the nature of a relationship like a crisis. When times get tough, you find out who your real friends are. So, what does it say about someone when they disappear just when you need them most? It's not just flakiness. It's a glaring sign that they're not as invested in you as you might have thought. I learned this the hard way during a particularly challenging time in my life. I was dealing with a major personal issue that deeply affected me. Naturally, I turned to the people I considered close friends, hoping for some support, even if it was just a simple text or call. But instead, I got silence. The people I thought would be there for me suddenly had every excuse in the book. I'm swamped at work. Sorry, I'm really busy right now. I'll check in later. Spoiler alert, they never did. Here's the controversial part. Many people love to say they'll always be there for you, but when the going gets tough, they're only around for the good times. They'll celebrate with you, enjoy the highs, and laugh with you. But when things get serious, they vanish. It's easier for them to ghost you than to face your pain or discomfort. The reality is, they don't care enough to be there when it matters. Let's be honest, true support isn't about convenience. It's about being there when it's hard, when it's uncomfortable, and when you'd rather not. The people who disappear when you need them most aren't just inconsiderate. They're showing you exactly where you stand in their life. They're saying, without words, your problems aren't worth my time. I remember feeling completely heartbroken when I realized that the people I had been there for, during their breakups, family struggles, and career setbacks, couldn't be bothered to return the favor. It was a painful wake-up call, but also a valuable lesson. Nothing reveals the true nature of a relationship like a crisis. When things get tough, you find out who your real friends are. So what does it say about someone when they vanish the moment you need them most? It's not just a sign of flakiness, it's a neon warning that they're not as invested in you as you might have thought. I learned this the hard way during a particularly rough patch in my life. I was facing a major personal issue that really shook me to my core. Naturally, I turned to the people I considered close friends, expecting some level of support, even if it was just a text or a quick call. But guess what? Crickets. The people I thought would be there for me suddenly had every excuse in the book. I'm so swamped at work. Sorry, I'm really busy right now. I'll check in with you later. Spoiler alert, they never did. The controversial truth. People love to talk about how they'll always be there for you, but when push comes to shove, many of them are only around for the good times. They'll party with you, laugh with you, and enjoy the high points of your life. But the minute things get real, they're nowhere to be found. It's easier for them to ghost you than to deal with your pain or discomfort. Deep down, they don't care enough to be there when it counts. True support isn't about convenience. It's about being there when it's hard, when it's uncomfortable, and when it's the last thing you want to do. The people who disappear when you need them most aren't just being inconsiderate. They're showing you exactly where you stand in their life. They're saying, without words, your problems aren't worth my time. My wake-up call. I remember feeling absolutely gutted when I realized that the people I'd been there for in the past, during their breakups, family dramas, and career setbacks, couldn't be bothered to return the favor. It was a wake-up call, and not a pleasant one, but it was also a lesson I needed to learn. Not everyone who smiles in your face is truly in your corner. The deep message: support is the foundation of any meaningful relationship. It's easy to be around when everything's going well, but the real test of a relationship is how people respond when things fall apart. If someone disappears the moment you need them, they're not just failing you, they're showing you that they were never really there in the first place. Don't let their absence make you bitter. Let it make you better. Use it as a filter to sift out the people who don't deserve a place in your life. The ones who stick around, check in and show up, even when it's inconvenient, those are the people who truly matter. These are the relationships you should nurture and cherish. Life is too short to invest in fair-weather friends. Surround yourself with people who will stand by you in the storm, not just bask in the sunshine. When you find those rare individuals who stick around when the chips are down, you've found something worth holding on to. And as for those who disappear, let them go. They've already shown you their true colors. 7. They gossip about you behind your back. Gossip is the social poison that spreads faster than wildfire and can burn down relationships in an instant. The thing about gossip is that it's never as innocent as people often make it out to be. When someone you consider a friend talks behind your back, they aren't just sharing a harmless story. They're actively sabotaging your trust, your reputation, and your relationship. Let's be real. When someone gossips about you, it's a clear sign that they don't respect you, no matter how friendly they act in person. I've been the subject of gossip before, and let me tell you, it's one of the most gut-wrenching experiences. There was a time when I confided in someone I thought was a close friend about a personal issue. I trusted them to keep it between us, to unload some of the weight I was carrying. But within days, details of that conversation started circulating, twisted and exaggerated. It was like a game of telephone, but instead of the message getting lost, it was being weaponized against me. The person I trusted turned my vulnerability into entertainment for others. People who gossip about you aren't just venting or sharing concerns. They're playing a power game. Gossip is a way for them to elevate themselves while putting you down, all without having to confront you directly. It's cowardly, manipulative, and toxic. They're not just damaging your reputation, They're damaging the very foundation of trust that any real relationship is built on. Let's get one thing straight. People who gossip about others to you will gossip about you to others. It's a pattern, not a one-time thing. I've seen it happen too many times to count. Someone who loves to spill the tea on everyone else will suddenly go quiet when they're around you. Guess what? They're probably spilling your tea when you're not around. Gossip is the worst kind of betrayal because it's done in the shadows without giving you the chance to defend yourself or even know what's being said. I remember confronting the friend who gossiped about me, expecting some sort of apology or at least an explanation. Instead, they brushed it off, acting like it was no big deal, just a bit of harmless talk. But here's the truth. Gossip is never harmless. It's a betrayal, plain and simple, and it says far more about the person spreading it than it does about the person it's about. In the end, it's crucial to recognize the red flags in your relationships, whether it's people disappearing when you need them most or gossiping behind your back. These actions are clear signs that something isn't right. Confronting these issues, although uncomfortable, will help you focus on the relationships that truly deserve your time and energy. Imagine mastering the art of controlling your mind, a search that goes back to the Stoic philosophy, a current of thought that flourished in ancient times in Greece and Rome. This ancient philosophy maintains that by conquering our thoughts, emotions, and reactions, we can discover a deep spring of serenity and independent virtue, regardless of the external circumstances of life. In this video, we will explore the Stoic principles that help us achieve this internal mastery, allowing us to lead a more fulfilling, balanced, and meaningful life. Understanding and applying these principles is possible and can help you reach a state of serenity that allows you to face the ups and downs of life with grace and wisdom. If this is your first time on my channel, I ask you to help by subscribing and liking the video so I can continue creating more content like this in the future. The first Stoic principle is the search for inner peace, independent of the circumstances. The Stoics believe that true happiness and tranquility should not depend on external circumstances. Instead, they seek to find peace interior, regardless of the fluctuations of the outside world. This means that no matter what happens around us, we can maintain composure and the virtue of acceptance. Impermanence. The search for tranquility requires acceptance of impermanence. Stoics understand that everything in life is transitory, and clinging to things or inevitably ephemeral situations will lead to suffering. By embracing impermanence, they find a peace that is not shaken by changes. Equanimity in the face of adversity. One of the highlights of the search for tranquility is the ability to face adversity with equanimity. The Stoics see difficulties as opportunities for growth, development, resistance, and strengthening the mind's detachment. Disturbing emotions. Tranquility. Interior is achieved through detachment from disturbing emotions such as anger, fear, and despair. The Stoics teach us to recognize these emotions but not allow them to govern our actions or decisions. To live in accordance with virtue. For the Stoics, the true source of tranquility lies in living in accordance with virtue. When we act with wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, our conscience is clear and we are not tormented by feelings of guilt, remorse, or repentance. Content with sufficiency. The Stoics promote the idea that the relentless pursuit of more wealth, power, or pleasure often leads to dissatisfaction. Instead, they emphasize the importance of finding contentment with sufficiency, avoiding excessive desires and attachments to material things. Serenity as an ideal. Pursuing inner peace is seen as an ideal that must be pursued. Length of life is not achieved all at once, but is gradually cultivated through self-control, self-discipline, and the constant practice of the Stoic principles of inner freedom. The search for tranquility also is a search for inner freedom. When we are not slaves to our own emotions, desires, and external circumstances, we reach a freedom that allows us to live in agreement with our values and principles. In summary, the search for inner tranquility is one of the central pillars of philosophy. Stoicism involves independence from external circumstances, acceptance of impermanence, detachment from disturbing emotions, and a constant search for virtue. This search leads to a more serene, ethical, and meaningful life, where inner peace is not found in external things, but within ourselves. Let's delve into the second Stoic principle, which deals with the acceptance of what we cannot control. This is one of the fundamental pillars for mastering the mind and living a calmer, wiser life. The second Stoic principle is the acceptance of what we cannot control. The Stoics emphasize the idea that many events and circumstances in life are beyond our direct control. This includes the actions of other people, natural events, the past, and even the future. The key to Stoic serenity is embracing completely this reality and directing our efforts towards what we can control, mainly our own mind and actions. Understanding the Stoic span of control encourages us to create a clear distinction between the scope of control, that is to say, what is within our jurisdiction, and the external scope, that is to say, what is beyond our control. This helps to avoid unnecessary frustrations by recognizing that we cannot change certain things, like the behavior of others or past events. Detachment from unrealistic expectations. We often suffer because of unrealistic expectations. The Stoics advise letting go of excessive expectations and accepting reality as it is. This does not mean that we should be indifferent, but we must maintain our expectations aligned with what is possible and reasonable. Serene confrontation of adversity. By accepting that adversity is part of life, the Stoics develop resilience and courage to face challenges with serenity. Instead of rebelling against difficulties, we can see them as opportunities to grow and learn. Focus on reaction, not action. Although we cannot control external events, we can control how we, as Stoics, react to them. They emphasize that our ability to choose our responses is one of the greatest gifts of life. Therefore, we must concentrate our efforts on cultivating virtuous responses such as patience, compassion, and wisdom. Detachment from the past and the future. Constantly worrying about the past and the future can prevent us from living fully in the present. The Stoics remind us that the past cannot be changed and the future is uncertain. It is therefore wise to focus our attention on the here and now, where we can really make a difference. Acceptance of what we cannot control, combined with the constant search for virtue and self-transformation, is one of the paths towards inner peace and wisdom. Stoicism enables us to face the uncertainties and challenges of life in a more balanced and resilient way, allowing us to live in accordance with the Stoic principles of a virtuous life. The third Stoic principle is the practice of virtue as good supreme. The Stoics identified 4 cardinal virtues that serve as pillars for living virtuously. These virtues are wisdom, Sophia, courage, Andrea, justice, Dikaiosina, and temperance, Sophrosina. Each one of them plays an important role in the search for the good life. Wisdom, Sophia. Wisdom is the search for knowledge and understanding of the nature of the world and human nature. This implies the search for truth, self-awareness, and the ability to discern what is truly valuable in life. Courage. Andrea. Courage is the virtue that allows us to face fear and act justly, even in the midst of danger or adversity. The Stoics believed that courage was intrinsically linked to wisdom, since it requires discernment to face dangers appropriately. Justice. Dikaiosine. Justice involves acting with impartiality, equity, and respect for the rights of others. The Stoics believed that justice was an essential part of the virtuous life and of social harmony. Temperance. Sophrosyne. Temperance is the control of desires and appetites, avoiding excess and unbridled indulgence. It also includes the domain over emotions and the ability to maintain serenity in all situations and circumstances. Continuous practice. The search for virtue is a continuous and challenging journey. The Stoics believed that no one is completely virtuous, but everyone can work to improve these virtues throughout their life. Virtue as a source of happiness. The Stoics taught that true happiness lies in the practice of virtue. By living according to these principles, we can find a deep sense of realization and meaning, regardless of the circumstances. Virtue as a source of self-sufficiency. The practice of virtue also leads to emotional and spiritual self-sufficiency. This means that we do not depend on external things like wealth, status, or approval to find joy and satisfaction. Self-control and self-transformation. The search for virtue requires self-control and self-transformation. It involves recognizing and learning from our imperfections and mistakes and working constantly to be better human beings in search of a meaningful life. The practice of virtue is significant as a path to a meaningful life. It enables us to make ethical decisions, live in harmony with others, and contribute to the common good. In short, the practice of virtue as the good supreme is at the heart of Stoic philosophy. It guides us in the search for wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance as means to lead a virtuous and meaningful life. Stoic virtue is not just an abstract theory, but a set of principles that can be applied in daily life to live with ethics and serenity, regardless of external circumstances. The fourth Stoic principle is the control of emotions. Mastering emotions is essential to achieving serenity and virtue, according to Stoic teachings. The Stoics recognized that emotions can be powerful and often lead us to act impulsively or irrationally. Therefore, they emphasized the importance of controlling emotions in the following ways. Self-awareness. The first step is to cultivate emotional self-awareness, which involves the ability to identify and understand our emotions as they arise. This includes recognizing when we are experiencing emotions such as anger, fear, sadness, or euphoria. Emotional distance. After recognizing an emotion, the Stoics recommend creating a certain emotional distance. Instead of letting yourself go completely with an emotion, they suggest taking a step back and examining the situation in a more objective way, reasoning about it. The Stoics believe that reason should prevail over emotion. This means using the power of rational thinking to evaluate the validity and usefulness of a specific emotion in a given situation. For example, if we are feeling anger, we should question whether anger is justified and if acting on it is the appropriate choice of response. Virtuous responses. Once we have evaluated an emotion, we must choose a response that is in line with the principles of virtue. For example, Instead of reacting impulsively with anger, we can choose to respond calmly and with understanding. This requires self-control and constant practice of transforming negative emotions. The Stoics also teach the transformation of negative emotions into constructive actions. For example, instead of allowing fear to paralyze us, we can use it as motivation to take sensible precautions. Emotional equanimity. The final goal is to achieve emotional equanimity, a state in which emotions do not dominate us. This does not mean eliminating emotions, but controlling them in a way that does not negatively influence our judgment and actions. Acceptance of emotions. It is worth noting that the Stoics do not advocate the complete suppression of emotions, but rather their wise and virtuous management. They recognize that natural emotions, such as grief in the face of a loss or joy for success, are part of the human condition. Mastering emotions is a continuous and challenging process, but it is essential to live a more serene and ethical life. The Stoics believe that by controlling our emotions and choosing virtuous responses, we can live in accordance with principles such as wisdom, justice, and courage, regardless of external circumstances. This allows us to achieve a state of inner peace, which is highly valued in Stoic philosophy. The fifth Stoic principle focuses on living in the present, which is essential to mastering the mind and leading a more meaningful life. This principle encourages concentration on the here and now, avoiding ruminating on the past or having anxiety about the future. Let's go deeper into this concept. It reminds us to follow us on our Stoic Daily TikTok account and on our other social networks like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Fifth principle, Stoic focus on the present with the removal of repentance. Stoics teach that regretting the past is useless since we cannot change it. Instead of getting lost in remorse, we must learn from our mistakes and past experiences. This perspective frees us from the weight of the past and allows us to focus our efforts on the present. Reduction in anxiety about the future. Worrying excessively about the future is another source of suffering. The Stoics believe that, although it is wise to plan and prepare, we must recognize the inherent uncertainty of life and not allow anxiety about the future to dominate our thoughts and actions. Appreciation of the present moment. The present is the only moment that we really have. The Stoics encourage us to appreciate completely the present, find joy in the little things, and recognize the beauty of the world around us. This not only gives us satisfaction, but also helps us cultivate an attitude of gratitude. Focus on current tasks. Concentrating on the present also translates to being completely committed to the tasks we are doing. This means avoiding distractions and doing several things at once. Doing so allows us to carry out our activities more effectively and with greater appreciation. Here and now as a source of control. Stoic philosophy emphasizes that the only moment on which we have real control is the present. When directing our attention to the present, we can channel our efforts to make wise decisions and act ethically in the here and now without worrying excessively about what we cannot control in the future. Meditation and mindfulness practices. Practices such as meditation and mindfulness are useful tools to develop a focus on the present. They help train our minds to be more present and conscious, reducing mental agitation and promoting tranquility. Reduction of suffering. By living more in the present, we can experience less suffering caused by worries about the past or the future. This not only improves our quality of life, but also allows us to make more informed and ethical decisions. In summary, the Stoic principle focusing on the present teaches us to value the current moment, accept the impermanence of life, and find control and satisfaction in the now. This does not mean ignoring the past or neglecting planning for the future, but rather living fully and with meaning in the present, the only real moment over which we have control. This contributes to a calm mind and a more significant life. Now, let's go into the sixth Stoic principle. This principle challenges our relationship with the world exterior and sensory experiences, encouraging us to find a state of equanimity with respect to these experiences. Sixth Stoic principle: practice of indifference towards others. Pleasures and pains. The Stoics argue that the frantic search for pleasures and the fear of pain are significant sources of human suffering. To achieve serenity and virtue, it is essential to adopt an attitude of healthy indifference towards these experiences. Prudence in pleasure. Stoics do not advocate total renunciation of pleasures, but rather moderation and prudence. They remind us that the relentless pursuit of pleasure often leads to harmful excesses, while searching for moderation helps us avoid suffering that results from excessive indulgence. Detachment from pain. Similarly, the Stoics encourage us to develop courage and resilience to face pains and adversities in a calm and brave manner. Instead of fearing them, we can see them as opportunities to grow and strengthen our minds. Principle of indifference. Stoic philosophy embraces the principle of indifference towards many things external, which means that things like wealth, social status, or material success are indifferent to our virtue and happiness. This does not mean that we should not enjoy the good things of life, but we should not deposit our happiness exclusively in them, since they are outside our control. Emotional detachment. The Stoics seek to develop a healthy detachment in emotional response to external circumstances. This means that we should not let ourselves be dominated by our emotions in response to gains or losses. Instead, we must cultivate an inner peace that remains constant regardless of external changes. Focus on virtue. According to the Stoics, the true source of contentment and happiness lies in the pursuit and practice of virtue. By prioritizing wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance in our lives, we find a kind of pleasure more lasting and significant than the one offered by the ephemeral pleasures of the senses. Self-control practice. The indifference to pleasures and pain requires a high level of self-control. This implies not being slaves to our desires and not being dominated by fear of pain. When developing this self-discipline, we can make more rational and ethical decisions. In summary, the practice of indifference towards pleasures and pains is an essential part of Stoic philosophy that teaches us to find a healthy balance with sensory experiences and external events. This allows us to avoid excesses that often lead to suffering and find a deeper source of contentment in the search for virtue and self-transformation, helping us live a longer, more balanced and serene life. Now, let's explore the seventh and final Stoic principle: self-knowledge. Self-knowledge is the cornerstone of Stoic philosophy and many other philosophical and spiritual traditions. For the Stoics, understanding oneself is the essential starting point for mastering the mind and therefore life. Seventh Stoic principle: self-knowledge. Constant examination of oneself. Even the Stoics encourage us to engage in honest assessment and continuous self-reflection. This implies observing our own thoughts, emotions, and actions objectively and impartially, like looking in a mental mirror, and recognizing our virtues, defects, and tendencies. Identification of desires and aversions. A fundamental part of this self-assessment is recognizing our desires and aversions. We are often dominated by irrational desires or unfounded aversions that cause suffering. By identifying them, we can begin to question their validity and work to control them. Reflection about our values. The Stoics tell us to reflect on our values and principles, what is really important for us, and what we are looking for in life. This type of reflection helps to align our actions with our values, promoting more significant self-acceptance and constructive self-criticism. Self-knowledge also involves the ability to accept ourselves as we are, with all our imperfections. However, this does not mean complacency, but rather recognizing the areas where we can improve and grow. Avoid self-deception. The Stoics warn us against self-deception, which is the tendency to justify our actions and rationalize harmful behaviors. Through self-knowledge, we can detect when we fall into this type of trap. Mental continuous improvement. Self-knowledge is not an end in itself, but a means to achieve self-transformation and continuous improvement. By understanding yourself better, you can work on building a more stoic mindset, cultivating virtues such as courage, temperance, wisdom, and justice. In short, self-knowledge is the solid foundation on which Stoic philosophy builds. It helps us discern what is in our control and what is not, recognize our desires and aversions, and shape our minds according to virtuous principles. It is the journey of self-discovery that empowers us to not be prisoners of our own emotions and thoughts, making us more resilient and wise in the face of life's challenges. As we explore the principles of Stoic philosophy, we find a map to master our mind and consequently our lives. From self-knowledge to the pursuit of virtue as the supreme good, these teachings enable us to navigate the turbulent waters of existence with soul, wisdom, and ethics. Stoic philosophy teaches us that true wealth lies in peace, inner self-transformation, and the constant search for virtue in a world that often presents us with challenges and uncertainties. Stoic philosophy offers a guiding light toward a more balanced and meaningful life. It is a philosophy that reminds us that despite external circumstances, we have the power to shape our minds and our actions. We're about to explore 7 habits that completely transformed my life in just 1 week. Yes, you read that correctly. 1 week. I know it sounds almost unbelievable, but trust me, these aren't the typical tips you hear all the time. These are real, honest habits that I personally incorporated into my daily routine. I experienced the struggles, the breakthroughs, and the growth, and the change I underwent was nothing short of amazing. I'm excited to share these with you because they've made such a profound difference in my life, and I believe they can do the same for you. Whether you're aiming to boost your productivity, improve your mental health, or make a positive change in your daily life, these habits can help you get there. So grab a cup of coffee, get comfortable, and let's dive in. Stick with me until the end, because these habits aren't just theoretical. They're practical steps that you can begin implementing today. I'll also share personal stories and insights from my own journey, giving you a candid look at how these habits worked for me. Let's get started. The first habit that truly changed my life was waking up early. Let's be real, I was never a morning person. My bed was my sanctuary, and I used to hit the snooze button far too many times. Mornings always felt rushed, and I often felt like I was starting my day off wrong. But I decided to try waking up early, and let me tell you, It was a game changer. I began setting my alarm for 5 a.m., and the first few days were tough. I dragged myself out of bed, feeling groggy and questioning whether this was worth it. But I pushed through, and by the third day, something incredible happened. I began to appreciate the peacefulness of the early morning hours. There was something almost magical about being up before the rest of the world, when everything was still and calm. With those extra hours in the morning, I had time for things I'd never been able to fit into my day before. I started with some light exercise, nothing intense, just stretching or a short jog around the neighborhood. This helped wake me up and energized me for the rest of the day. I also took time to meditate and set my intentions for the day. These few moments of mindfulness had a huge impact on my overall mindset and productivity. An unexpected benefit of waking up early was that I no longer felt rushed. I had plenty of time to enjoy a healthy breakfast, savor my coffee, and plan out my day. This calm, unrushed start set a positive tone for the entire day. I felt more organized, less stressed, and had a greater sense of control over my time. One memory that stands out was the morning I watched the sunrise from my balcony. It was such a simple moment, but deeply beautiful. As the sky changed colors and the world slowly came to life, I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and peace. It was in that moment that I truly understood the power of waking up early. I encourage you to give it a try, even if it's just for a week. Start by waking up just 15 minutes earlier than usual and gradually increase that time. You might be surprised by how much of a positive impact it can have on your life. It's not just about gaining extra hours in the day, it's about using those hours to create a more mindful, intentional, and fulfilling start to your day. Speaking of daily habits, daily exercise was habit number 2 that truly transformed my life. Let me be upfront. I wasn't always the most active person. I used to find every excuse in the book to avoid working out. I'm too tired, I don't have time, or I'll start tomorrow. Sound familiar? But one day, I decided that enough was enough. I made a commitment to move my body every single day for a week, and the results were incredible. I started small, just 20 minutes a day, mixing up yoga, jogging, and strength training. I wanted to keep things interesting so I wouldn't get bored and quit halfway through. The first few days were tough. My muscles were sore, and I felt exhausted, but I reminded myself why I was doing this, to feel better both physically and mentally. By the 4th day, something amazing happened. I woke up feeling more energized. My mood had improved drastically. I was less irritable and much more positive. I realized that those 20 minutes of exercise weren't just about burning calories or building muscle. They were about giving myself time to focus on me, to release stress, and to boost my endorphins. One morning, I remember lacing up my sneakers for a jog. It was a crisp, clear day, and as I ran, I felt a sense of freedom and clarity that I hadn't experienced in a long time. It was just me, the open road, and my thoughts. That connection to myself and the world around me was truly empowering. I also started to see physical changes. My posture improved, I felt stronger, and I noticed a difference in my overall fitness. But the biggest change was in my mindset. Exercise became my time to disconnect from the world and reconnect with myself. It became a form of self-care rather than a chore. Another personal highlight was trying yoga for the first time. At first, I was hesitant, thinking I wasn't flexible enough or that it wouldn't be a real workout. But after a few sessions, I fell in love with it. Yoga taught me to be present, to breathe deeply, and to listen to my body. It was a transformative experience that went beyond just physical benefits. Incorporating daily exercise into my routine made me realize that taking care of my body directly impacted my mental health and overall happiness. It's not about being perfect or pushing yourself to extremes. It's about finding a form of movement that you enjoy and making it a regular part of your life. So if you're like I was, struggling to get started, my advice is to begin small. Find something you enjoy, whether it's dancing, hiking, or just going for a brisk walk. Commit to just a few minutes a day and gradually build up from there. Trust me, the benefits you'll experience will be well worth the effort. Exercise is a habit that can transform not just your body, but your entire outlook on life. Habit number 3 is journaling. Now, I used to think journaling was just for people who had loads of free time or were naturally introspective. I was skeptical. I mean, who has time to sit down and write about their day when there's so much going on? But after just 1 week of consistent journaling, my perspective completely shifted, and it became a cornerstone of my personal growth journey. I started simple. Every night before bed, I dedicated just 10 minutes to journaling. I bought a plain notebook and a pen that felt comfortable in my hand. No fancy apps, no pressure to make it look pretty, just me and my thoughts. The first night I sat down to write, I didn't know where to begin. But as I kept writing, I found that I was not only reflecting on my day, but also gaining insights into myself, my thoughts, and my emotions. It became an important practice that helped me process my day, focus on gratitude, and set intentions for the future. The first night, I stared at the blank page, unsure of what to write. But then, I began with something basic: how my day went, what made me happy, and what I struggled with. As the days passed, I began to dive deeper. I wrote about my goals, my fears, my dreams, and even my insecurities. It felt like having a conversation with myself, and that's when the magic happened. I started to notice patterns in my thoughts and behaviors. I realized that some of the things I worried about were completely out of my control, while others were areas where I could take actionable steps. One night, I wrote about a particularly stressful day at work. By putting my thoughts on paper, I was able to process my emotions better. I wrote about what specifically stressed me out, how it made me feel, and what I could do differently next time. This simple act of reflection helped me gain clarity and feel more in control of my emotions. Another powerful aspect of journaling was tracking my progress. I noted down small victories and milestones, no matter how minor they seemed. Looking back at these entries filled me with a sense of accomplishment and motivated me to keep pushing forward. For example, I wrote about a presentation I was nervous about and how I prepared for it. Seeing my preparation process and the positive outcome documented in my journal was incredibly encouraging. I also started a gratitude section in my journal. Every day, I wrote down 3 things I was grateful for. This practice shifted my focus from what was lacking in my life to appreciating what I already had. It was a simple yet profound shift that brought more positivity into my daily life. One particularly memorable entry was about a random act of kindness I experienced. A stranger helped me when I was struggling with my grocery bags. Writing about this act of kindness not only made me feel grateful, but also inspired me to pay it forward. Through journaling, I discovered a lot about myself, my desires, my fears, my strengths, and my weaknesses. It became a form of therapy, a way to untangle the complex web of thoughts and emotions that we all carry around. It provided a safe space where I could be completely honest with myself without fear of judgment. If you've never tried journaling, I highly encourage you to start. Don't worry about writing perfectly or having profound thoughts. Just write whatever comes to mind. It could be a stream of consciousness, a recap of your day, or reflections on a specific event. Give yourself the freedom to express whatever you're feeling. You might be surprised at how much clarity and peace it brings into your life. Remember, it's not about what you write. It's about the process of writing itself. Next up, mindful eating. This was a big one for me because, like many people, I used to eat on the go, barely paying attention to what or how much I was consuming. My meals were often rushed and distracted, eaten while scrolling through my phone or working on my laptop. I didn't realize how much this was affecting my overall well-being until I decided to give mindful eating a try for 1 week. Mindful eating is all about paying full attention to the experience of eating and drinking, both inside and outside the body. It's about savoring each bite, noticing the flavors, textures, and even the sounds of your food. So, I made a commitment to eat all my meals mindfully. I started by setting the scene for my meals. I cleared my dining table, set a nice place for myself, and removed any distractions. No phone, no TV, no laptop. At first, it felt a bit strange to sit quietly with my meal, but it quickly became a calming ritual. I began each meal with a few deep breaths to center myself and bring my focus to the present moment. One of the first things I noticed was how much more I enjoyed my food. I took the time to really taste and appreciate each bite. Foods I had eaten hundreds of times before suddenly had new, delightful flavors and textures that I had never really noticed. For example, the crunch of fresh vegetables and the sweetness of ripe fruit became much more pronounced. It was like experiencing food in high definition. Another major change was how much more satisfied I felt after meals. By eating slowly and mindfully, I gave my body time to signal when it was full. This was a big shift for me, as I used to eat quickly and often ended up overeating. By paying attention to my hunger and fullness cues, I found that I naturally ate less and felt more satisfied. One memorable experience was with a simple bowl of oatmeal. Normally, I would wolf it down without a second thought, but this time I took it slow, savoring the creamy texture and the subtle sweetness of the honey I drizzled on top. It became a moment of gratitude and mindfulness that set a positive tone for the rest of my day. I also started to notice how different foods made me feel. Heavier processed foods left me feeling sluggish and bloated, while fresh whole foods made me feel energized and light. This awareness led me to make healthier choices naturally, without feeling deprived or restricted. Another aspect of mindful eating is being aware of the emotional connections we have with food. I started to recognize when I was eating out of boredom, stress, or emotional comfort, rather than true hunger. This awareness was powerful. Instead of mindlessly snacking, I could address the underlying emotion. Maybe I needed a break, some relaxation, or a chat with a friend, rather than a bag of chips. There was one particular evening when I had a craving for something sweet after dinner. Instead of automatically reaching for dessert, I paused and asked myself if I was truly hungry or just seeking a reward after a long day. I realized I wasn't actually hungry and opted for a warm cup of herbal tea instead. It was a small victory that highlighted how powerful mindful eating can be. Incorporating mindful eating into my life was a transformative experience. It helped me develop a healthier relationship with food, improved my digestion, and even enhanced my overall sense of well-being. It's a habit I've continued beyond that initial week, and I can't recommend it enough. If you're interested in trying mindful eating, start with just one meal a day. Sit down without distractions, take a few deep breaths, and savor each bite. Pay attention to the flavors, textures, and how the food makes you feel. You might be surprised at how this simple practice can change your entire eating experience. It's a wonderful way to reconnect with your body and truly appreciate the nourishment that food provides. Now, habit 5, limiting screen time. This one was particularly challenging for me, and I suspect it might be for many of you as well. We live in a digital world, and it's so easy to get sucked into endless hours of scrolling through social media, binge-watching shows, or checking emails. I realized that all the screen time was taking a toll on my mental health, productivity, and even my sleep. So, I decided to set some boundaries and see what happened. First, I set a daily limit of 1 hour for non-work-related screen time. This meant no mindless scrolling through Instagram, no endless YouTube marathons, and no late-night TV binges. It was tough at first. I had become so accustomed to filling every spare moment with screens, but I knew I needed to make a change. The first thing I noticed was how much more time I had in my day. I hadn't realized how much of my time was being eaten up by screens until I consciously limited it. With those extra hours, I found myself rediscovering old hobbies and interests that I had neglected. I picked up a book I had been meaning to read, started doodling and drawing again, and even tried my hand at cooking new recipes. One evening, instead of watching TV after dinner, I decided to take a walk in the park. The fresh air, the sounds of nature, and the simple act of moving my body felt incredibly rejuvenating. It was a stark contrast to the usual screen-induced lethargy. That walk became a cherished part of my daily routine, something I looked forward to and enjoyed immensely. Another significant change was in my sleep quality. I used to take my phone to bed, scrolling through social media or watching videos until I felt sleepy. But this habit often left me feeling wired and restless, leading to poor sleep. By limiting screen time, especially before bed, I found it much easier to wind down and fall asleep. I started a bedtime routine that didn't involve screens, reading a physical book, meditating, or simply reflecting on my day. This change led to deeper, more restful sleep and made a huge difference in my overall energy levels. I also noticed improvements in my mental health. Without the constant barrage of news updates, social media comparisons, and digital distractions, I felt less anxious and more present. I was more focused during conversations, more attentive to the people around me, and more engaged in my daily activities. It was like a fog had lifted, allowing me to see and experience life more clearly. One particularly memorable day was when I spent an entire afternoon at a local cafe with just a notebook and a pen. I wrote down my thoughts, planned some goals, and even sketched a bit. It was such a peaceful and productive time, free from digital interruptions. I felt more connected to myself and my surroundings in a way that screens had never allowed. Of course, there were moments of temptation and slips along the way, but each time I noticed myself reaching for my phone out of habit, I gently reminded myself of the benefits I was experiencing and redirected my focus to something more fulfilling. Limiting screen time isn't about completely eliminating technology from your life. It's about creating a healthier balance and being more intentional with your time. If you're feeling overwhelmed or disconnected, I encourage you to try setting some screen time boundaries. Start small, maybe with an hour less each day, and gradually increase it. Use that extra time to reconnect with yourself, your loved ones, and the world around you. You might be surprised at how much richer and more fulfilling life can be when you step away from the screens and engage more with the real world. All right, everyone, that wraps up our journey through the 7 habits that dramatically changed my life in just 1 week. It's been an incredible experience, not just implementing these habits, but also sharing them with you. Each of these habits has the power to bring about significant positive changes, and I truly believe that if they worked for me, they can work for anyone. If any of these habits have inspired you, I encourage you to try them out for yourself. Start small, maybe with just 1 habit, and see how it feels. Adjust according to what suits your lifestyle and needs. Remember, the goal isn't perfection. It's progress. It's about making small, manageable changes that, over time, lead to substantial transformations. I'd love to hear about your experiences, so please drop a comment below sharing which habit you're thinking of adopting or any questions you might have about getting started. Your feedback and stories are what make this community so amazing and supportive. And if you found this video helpful, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you won't miss any of our future content. We have lots more insights and tips coming your way that you won't want to miss. Imagine this. Right now, you have the power to turn your greatest challenges into your most meaningful successes. But how, you may wonder? Today, we're diving into Stoicism, an ancient philosophy that has helped people overcome adversity and find peace in the midst of chaos for centuries. Think back to a time when you faced a situation that tested your patience or shook your confidence. How did you react? Were you controlled by your immediate emotions, or did you choose a response aligned with your core values and beliefs? This is where Stoicism comes in, guiding us to approach life's challenges with courage, wisdom, and composure. Today, we'll explore a powerful idea with ancient roots that is just as relevant today: the practice of training your mind to respond, not react. This isn't just about staying calm in difficult situations. It's about developing a deep awareness and being fully present in the moment. This helps you move through life's ups and downs with intention and grace. The Stoics, ancient thinkers known for their practical outlook on life, had much to say on this topic. They believed that while we can't control what happens to us, we can control how we interpret and respond to those events. Stoicism encourages us to focus on what's within our power, teaching us to detach from external circumstances and ground ourselves in reason and choice. This wisdom can inspire us to pause, reflect, and choose our actions thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. Why is this important? Consider how much of our stress, regret, and frustration stem from quick reactions to what others say or do. Imagine being able to stay calm, centered, and thoughtful, even when the world around you is anything but. This isn't just about finding inner peace. It's about becoming a more effective, compassionate, and resilient person. These qualities have the power to transform not only your life, but also the lives of those around you. In today's conversation, we'll explore various strategies that combine insights from modern psychology and Stoic philosophy. These strategies will help you develop a responsive mindset. We'll discuss how to cultivate mindfulness, why responding instead of reacting matters in today's world, how to express emotions constructively, and how to keep the bigger picture in mind, a perspective in which the Stoics excelled. By the end of our discussion, you'll have a toolkit of strategies to help you pause, assess, and respond thoughtfully to whatever life throws your way. Together, we'll learn to anchor ourselves in the wisdom of Stoicism and the power of our own minds to choose how we respond, transforming our experiences and interactions for the better. As we explore the essence of responding over reacting, we enter a space where every thought and action is intentional, echoing the timeless teachings of Stoicism. The Stoics, those ancient philosophers from Greece and Rome, held principles that are incredibly relevant to our fast-paced modern world. They emphasized the importance of mastering our emotions and reactions, teaching that true power lies in our ability to choose how we respond to any situation. So, why is it so important to cultivate the ability to respond rather than react impulsively? Imagine you're in a tense meeting or facing a personal challenge. The natural instinct is often to react immediately, driven by a surge of emotions. While this reaction is instinctive, it's rarely in our best interest. Over time, reactive behavior can escalate conflicts, damage relationships, and lead to decisions we regret. This is where Stoic wisdom proves invaluable. The Stoics advocated for living in harmony with nature and reason, emphasizing that every action should be guided by virtue and rational thought. By adopting this philosophy, we learn to observe our initial impulses, analyze them with reason, and choose actions that align with our core values and long-term goals. Responding instead of reacting means taking a moment to pause when faced with a triggering situation. It's about stepping back to reflect, not only on the external event, but also on your internal response. This pause gives you the opportunity to consider different outcomes and choose the one that is reasoned, balanced, and most importantly, under your control. In practicing this Stoic approach, you're not ignoring or suppressing your emotions. Rather, you acknowledge them, understand their roots, and then decide whether and how they should influence your actions. This process empowers you to engage with the world in a way that preserves your inner peace and integrity, no matter what happens externally. However, the benefits of responding over reacting extend beyond personal peace. It also improves the quality of your relationships, strengthens your leadership, and enhances your resilience in the face of adversity. When you respond thoughtfully, you show respect, understanding, and empathy for others' perspectives, fostering more meaningful and productive interactions. Embarking on the journey to train your mind requires more than just good intentions. It demands intentional and sustained effort, much like the practices advocated by the Stoics. Their timeless wisdom offers valuable guidance for cultivating a responsive rather than reactive mindset in our modern world. Let's first explore the importance of self-awareness, a key pillar of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics stressed the need for introspection and understanding one's own thoughts and motivations. In this context, self-awareness means developing a keen understanding of your mental and emotional states. When you're aware of your thoughts and feelings, you're better equipped to manage them effectively. This heightened awareness helps you recognize the onset of emotional reactions and take the crucial first step toward choosing a more reasoned response. Next, we'll explore the practice of pausing, a simple yet powerful strategy. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, often spoke of the space between stimulus and response, the moment when we have the power to choose our actions. By cultivating the habit of pausing, we gain the ability to make more intentional, thoughtful decisions in the face of life's challenges. This brief pause can be filled with a deep breath, a moment of reflection, or a short meditation. In this space, we can connect with our inner Stoic, asking ourselves what virtue is needed in the moment and which response aligns with our highest self. Another key strategy is reframing our perspective, a technique the Stoics used to maintain equanimity during difficult times. Reframing involves consciously choosing to view a situation from a new angle, one that reduces its emotional impact and reveals alternative ways to approach it. For example, rather than seeing a challenging work situation as a threat, you might reframe it as an opportunity for growth and resilience. By shifting our narrative, we change our emotional responses and open up new possibilities for action. The Stoics also emphasized focusing on what we can control and letting go of what we cannot. By practicing this principle, we learn to direct our energy where it matters most, responding to our thoughts and actions while accepting external events as they happen. This doesn't mean being passive or indifferent. Rather, it's about recognizing where our true power lies and acting with intention and integrity. Finally, consistent self-reflection and adjustment are essential for training the mind. The Stoics practiced daily self-examination, evaluating their actions and progress toward virtue. Similarly, we can end our day by reflecting on our responses, celebrating the moments we chose thoughtful actions, and learning from times when we fell into reactivity. This continuous process of self-assessment and improvement helps us build a responsive mindset and cultivate the wisdom and balance central to Stoicism. By incorporating these strategies into our daily lives, we honor the Stoic legacy while empowering ourselves to live with more purpose, calm, and effectiveness. Through consistent practice, we can reshape our minds, guiding them to respond in ways that reflect our deepest values and aspirations. At its core, mindfulness is about cultivating a deep awareness of the present moment. It involves observing our thoughts, emotions, and sensations without judgment, which allows us to gain insight into their nature and influence. By practicing mindfulness, we align with the Stoic goal of living with awareness and intention, grounding ourselves firmly in the now. Mindfulness practices for a Stoic life. The only moment we truly have the power to act is the present. One effective way to cultivate mindfulness is through focused attention exercises like breath meditation. By simply observing our breath, each inhale and exhale, we strengthen our ability to concentrate and bring our attention back to the present whenever it wanders. This practice isn't just about relaxation, it's training for the mind, improving our ability to stay focused and present amidst life's distractions. Another key mindfulness practice is mindful observation, which can be applied to any activity. Whether you're eating, walking, or performing routine tasks, you can practice being fully engaged in the moment, observing each aspect with curiosity and openness. This enhances the experience itself and also strengthens your ability to stay focused and responsive in various situations. Body scan meditation is another powerful technique that fosters both body awareness and presence. By slowly scanning through different parts of the body, we develop a deeper connection with our physical selves while also recognizing and releasing built-up tensions and emotions. This practice mirrors Stoic reflection on the body's nature and emphasizes not letting physical sensations overly influence our rational minds. Incorporating mindfulness into our interactions with others can also transform our relationships and communication. By being fully present, listening attentively, and observing without judgment, we foster deeper understanding and connection. This practice aligns with the Stoic value of empathy and the recognition that others too are rational beings navigating their own challenges and experiences. Implementing response over reaction in daily life. By embracing these mindfulness practices, we follow a path laid out by the Stoics, one that leads to greater clarity, tranquility, and effectiveness in our actions. As we cultivate a mindful presence, we equip ourselves with the tools to respond to life's challenges with grace, wisdom, and composure, embodying the best of Stoic-inspired living. Let's now shift our focus to the practical application of the mindfulness and Stoic insights we've gained, aiming to create a lifestyle where thoughtful responses take precedence over impulsive reactions. The goal of practicing response over reaction is not about suppressing our natural instincts. Instead, it's about deepening our engagement with life in line with the Stoic virtue of living with intention and rational thought. To truly embody the principles we've discussed, it's essential to establish daily practices that help us respond thoughtfully. Picture yourself in a challenging situation, perhaps a disagreement at work or an unexpected setback. Your immediate impulse might be to react emotionally, driven by frustration or disappointment. However, this is precisely the moment to tap into your Stoic-inspired training. Pause and reflect on the bigger picture. Ask yourself, what would a Stoic philosopher do? This question isn't about suppressing your emotions. Instead, it invites you to engage your rational mind to evaluate the situation objectively and choose a constructive response. The goal is not to eliminate emotions, but to channel them productively, using reason to navigate through them. Acknowledge your feelings, understand what triggered them, and then, with clarity and calm, decide on the best course of action that aligns with your values and goals. In practical terms, this could mean taking a brief walk to clear your mind before replying to a provocative email. Or it could involve digging deeper into what's truly bothering you in a conflict, addressing the root causes rather than reacting to surface-level frustrations. Each time you choose to respond instead of react, you're reinforcing a pattern of thoughtful engagement with life's challenges, building resilience, and fostering a greater sense of peace and satisfaction. Integrating this approach into your daily routine amplifies its impact. Start your day by reflecting on your intentions, reminding yourself of your commitment to respond thoughtfully in various situations. Make journaling a regular habit, using it to reflect on your responses, celebrate successes, and identify areas for improvement. Above all, embrace a mindset of continuous learning and growth, recognizing that each day offers a new opportunity to practice and refine your ability to respond rather than react. By committing to this path, you're not simply adopting a strategy for stress reduction or conflict management. You're embracing a way of life that reflects the Stoic pursuit of virtue and wisdom. You're choosing to live intentionally, aligning your actions with your highest ideals. In doing so, you contribute to a more thoughtful, compassionate, and responsive world. The journey from reaction to response is transformative, leading us toward a deeper engagement with both our inner selves and the external world. This is the path that the Stoics walked with dedication, and now, with their wisdom guiding us, we too can navigate life's challenges with grace, equanimity, and rationality, embodying the true spirit of Stoicism in our modern world. The core of our exploration is not just about managing our reactions in isolation, but about integrating a thoughtful, responsive approach into the fabric of our lives. By embracing Stoic principles, focusing on what we can control, acting with reason, and striving for virtue, we empower ourselves to face life's challenges with greater calm and purpose. This Stoic-inspired path invites us to view every moment as an opportunity to practice our commitment to responding thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. Whether we face daily frustrations, major setbacks, or significant decisions, each situation is a chance to embody Stoic virtues like wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. By consistently choosing to respond thoughtfully, we not only enhance our own well-being, but also positively impact those around us. Remember, the journey to mastering response over reaction is ongoing, requiring continual learning and growth. Like the Stoics, we must embrace the discipline of self-reflection, regularly assessing our progress and adjusting as needed. This commitment to personal growth not only brings us closer to our ideal selves, but also resonates outward, influencing our relationships, communities, and the broader tapestry of interconnected lives. Have you ever experienced a moment of such intense anger that you felt completely out of control? Perhaps when someone said something hurtful or acted in a way that deeply upset you. Have there been days when even a simple glance or a passing remark made it feel as though the entire world was against you? In today's rapidly moving and pressure-filled world, it's incredibly easy to become overwhelmed by negative emotions, from minor irritations to full-blown rage. But is there truly a way to remain steady in the midst of emotional chaos? Is it possible to live a life of calm and composure, untouched by the actions or words of others? Can we really protect our inner peace from external disturbances? Stoicism, an ancient yet deeply relevant school of philosophy, offers profound and enduring wisdom for this very challenge. Thinkers like Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and Seneca endured unimaginable hardships, yet they managed to preserve a state of inner calm by embracing the principles of Stoic thought. Today, we'll delve into 7 practical approaches designed not just to help you manage your emotions, but to truly master them, to gain unwavering control over your inner world. What I'm about to share goes far beyond theoretical musings. These are timeless lessons drawn from the depths of Stoic philosophy, carefully transformed into practical insights that you can apply immediately. So I encourage you to stay with me throughout this journey, because even embracing just one of these approaches can lead to a powerful and immediate shift in your life. Let's begin by talking about the idea of embracing willingness in life. One of the foundational principles of Stoicism that leads to deep inner tranquility is the practice of fully accepting whatever life brings our way. Now, this doesn't mean we have to enjoy every situation or agree with everything that happens. Instead, it calls us to meet each circumstance with openness and a lack of resistance. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, encourages us to accept the things to which fate binds us and to love the people fate connects us with, but to do so wholeheartedly and sincerely. This type of acceptance is essential for breaking the cycle of anger and frustration. Picture yourself performing a mundane task like washing the dishes. If you do it begrudgingly, each plate becomes a source of resentment. But if you engage in the task with a willing spirit and a sense of gratitude, even this simple act becomes peaceful. Epictetus, in his discourses, teaches us not to wish for events to happen as we want them to, but to want them to happen as they do. Because in doing so, life begins to flow more harmoniously. This is the essence of willingness, moving with the current of life rather than resisting it. Practically speaking, this mindset can shift how we respond to uncomfortable moments. Imagine being stuck in traffic. If you allow yourself to dwell in irritation over the delay, your frustration only grows. But if you view the situation as an opportunity to listen to an audiobook, a favorite podcast, or to simply reflect, you instantly take back control over your experience. When we begin to accept life as it is, stress loses its grip on us. A critical part of developing willingness is clarifying our purpose. Instead of chasing fleeting desires or short-term goals, we can focus on a higher vision, a guiding purpose that informs all our actions. Ask yourself, what is the life I am striving to build? What vision am I aligning with? Unlike personal ambitions that might bring momentary satisfaction, a true vision encompasses the entirety of your being. When you live with a grand, meaningful purpose, each action becomes voluntary. You understand that even the hard or unpleasant moments are contributing to something greater. You're no longer just reacting, you're choosing. Think about the difference between doing something out of obligation versus doing something from the heart. If you're meeting a deadline at work under pressure, the task can feel heavy. But when you volunteer to help someone or support a cause you believe in, even the most difficult tasks feel fulfilling. The action may be the same, but the intention transforms your experience. I choose to do this becomes your sanctuary. I have to do this becomes your torment. Try applying this perspective to your daily life. When someone says something offensive, you face a fork in the road. You can let that comment dictate your emotions and lash out in anger, or you can see it as a moment to practice acceptance and inner strength. Remind yourself, this person is acting according to their own character, but I choose not to let it disturb my own. Accepting life's circumstances as they unfold does not mean giving up on self-improvement or letting go of the drive to better your circumstances. Rather, it means recognizing that while some things are beyond your control, your response is always within your power. This understanding is incredibly freeing. It reduces stress and empowers you to focus your energy where it matters most. For instance, if you're criticized at work, you can take it as a personal attack, or you can see it as an opportunity for growth. Your peace of mind isn't determined by what happens to you, but by how you interpret and respond to it. Embracing willingness is a process. It doesn't happen overnight. Start small. Accept when you make a mistake. Welcome life's little challenges as opportunities to strengthen your character. Learn to greet inconveniences with calm and patience. As you gradually develop this mindset, you'll find that anger has less power over you. External circumstances won't shake you as easily. Instead, you'll discover a growing, quiet power within yourself, the kind of power that allows you to live life by your own design. Now let's talk about the second principle, the importance of stopping the habit of judging others. Have you ever paused to reflect on why it's so easy to feel annoyed, frustrated, or angry with the people around you? It often comes down to a simple truth. We are constantly judging others. Think about how many times a day you tell yourself that someone is rude, selfish, slow, or untrustworthy. These judgments don't just affect how we view others, they create emotional turmoil within us. From a Stoic perspective, letting go of judgment is one of the most effective ways to free ourselves from unnecessary emotional suffering. Humans naturally interpret the world through their own subjective lens. When someone acts in a way that doesn't align with our expectations, our instinct is to label them, to assign blame, fault, or flaw. Let's say someone is driving slowly in front of you. The first thought might be that they're being thoughtless or stupid, but what if they're a new driver? Or what if they're driving carefully because they have children in the car? The reality is that external events do not dictate our emotions. It's our interpretation that does. Judging others adds an unnecessary emotional burden. These judgments aren't just passing thoughts, they are seeds that grow into frustration, anger, and resentment. Take, for example, a coworker who often arrives late. If your judgment is that they're lazy or inconsiderate, your irritation will build with each passing day. But if you take a moment to consider that they might be caring for someone who's unwell or facing struggles you don't know about, your attitude softens. This shift in perspective doesn't mean you're excusing poor behavior. It means you're choosing not to let it rob you of your peace. You begin to see that judging others does more harm to you than to the person being judged. By releasing the need to label others, you unburden your mind and heart. When we stop judging, we open the door to greater compassion, not just for others, but for ourselves as well. Stoicism teaches us that we can't control other people's actions, but we can always choose how we respond. When we judge less and understand more, we create space for patience, empathy, and emotional resilience. This doesn't mean abandoning discernment or allowing others to walk over you. It means stepping back from the reflex to immediately categorize someone as good or bad based on a single action. People are complex, just like you. Everyone has struggles, insecurities, and reasons behind their behavior. Ultimately, letting go of judgment is about choosing peace over irritation. It's about freeing yourself from the emotional chains that come with trying to control or define others. When you stop judging, you stop absorbing unnecessary negativity. And in that space of neutrality, you find clarity, calm, and strength. Stay with me as we continue exploring more powerful Stoic practices that can transform not only your emotional world, but your entire life. These teachings aren't just about philosophy. They're about creating a life of stability, depth, and enduring inner peace. Stoicism doesn't instruct us to ignore our problems. It teaches us to see them with greater clarity and understanding. Marcus Aurelius wisely observed that we always possess the option of withholding our opinion. There is never a true necessity to become agitated or to disturb your inner peace over matters beyond your control. No one is entirely virtuous or completely flawed. People are a blend of actions, influenced heavily by their life experiences, surroundings, and level of awareness. Think back to a time when you didn't show up as your best self. Maybe you were exhausted, overwhelmed, or just having a particularly rough day. In the same way, others' actions are rarely a reflection of who they are at their core, but more often a response to the situations they're facing. In the right environment, even someone with many faults can demonstrate surprising kindness. On the flip side, even those who are usually composed and kind can falter under pressure. Consider this. You're at a restaurant and the server accidentally spills water across your table. Your immediate reaction might be irritation or anger. How careless! But if you take a moment to pause and reflect, considering the possibility that they might be having an exceptionally difficult day, your emotional response changes. You feel lighter. This is the quiet but profound power of releasing judgment. Not only does it lift the burden of discomfort from your shoulders, but it also deepens your empathy toward others. To be clear, letting go of judgment doesn't equate to justifying wrongdoing. It means choosing not to let the actions of others take control of your inner world. You can still recognize poor behavior and distinguish right from wrong without allowing negativity to poison your mind. As Marcus Aurelius also noted, the best form of revenge is to remain unlike the one who committed the harm. The most dignified and powerful response to being wronged isn't retaliation. It's maintaining your grace and self-control. So how do we put this principle of non-judgment into action? The first and most essential step is awareness. When you notice yourself beginning to form a judgment about someone, ask yourself honestly, is this thought necessary? Is it helping me in any meaningful way? Then try to shift your point of view. Put yourself in the other person's situation. What might they be going through that you don't see or understand? Remember, too, that the richness of life comes from diversity. The fact that someone behaves, thinks, or reacts differently than you doesn't automatically make them wrong. It simply makes them different. And not every difference needs to be analyzed or emotionally charged. Often, it's not worth your energy or your peace. Letting go of judgment is ultimately about freeing yourself from carrying unnecessary emotional burdens. It's about learning to release the weight of irritation and resentment. The next time someone gets under your skin, pause, breathe deeply, and ask yourself honestly, is this emotional reaction really worth it? You'll begin to notice that by choosing empathy and perspective over assumption and judgment, you not only become more compassionate toward others, but also extend greater kindness to yourself. In the end, ask yourself this fundamental question: do I want to cling to my anger, or do I want to live with freedom and peace? The answer lies within your control. When you release the habit of judging others, you naturally begin to loosen your grip on the desire to control. This opens your eyes to a powerful truth. Much of the tension and disappointment in life comes from our expectation that others should behave according to our preferences. But life doesn't function on our terms. People, with all their complexities and unique circumstances, act based on their own motivations, many of which we may never fully comprehend. This brings up a deeper question. Is control truly the path to peace? Or does peace arise when we let go of the need to control? This question strikes at the very heart of Stoic philosophy. Instead of expending energy trying to reshape what lies beyond our reach, we can choose to accept things as they are, and in doing so, free ourselves from much of life's unnecessary stress. You can't dictate the direction life takes, but you can always govern how you respond. Imagine you're driving during peak traffic hours. The roads are jammed, the horns are blaring, and you're about to be late. You feel frustration bubbling up. Why can't people drive better? Or, why is the traffic always like this? But the truth is, you can't alter how others drive or instantly clear the roads. What you can control, however, is your mindset. You can choose to become agitated, or you can take a breath and accept that this situation is simply outside your influence. Though it might seem straightforward, the act of letting go of control can radically transform your daily experience. Think of a mother who constantly worries about her child's academic performance. She wants the best and fears failure. But no matter how deeply she cares, she cannot take the exams for her child. Or picture an employee frustrated with their boss's decisions. No matter how much they disagree, they can't force their boss to think differently. Much of our emotional distress arises from pinning high hopes on things we can't control. When those expectations go unmet, disappointment and resentment naturally follow. I once knew a young entrepreneur who poured his soul into developing a new tech product. His vision was ambitious. He wanted to revolutionize an entire industry. But when he finally launched the product, the market response was lukewarm at best. He was crushed. He blamed the customers for failing to grasp its brilliance and suspected rivals were sabotaging him. This mindset kept him trapped in bitterness. During a conversation, I encouraged him to shift focus. Instead of brooding over what others weren't doing, what could he do differently? Slowly, he began to refine his approach, adjusted the product, and embraced the slow, often humbling journey of growth. By focusing only on what was within his control, he found new clarity, regained his creative spark, and eventually surpassed his earlier goals. This is the essence of Stoicism in practice, recognizing when you're placing energy into the unchangeable and choosing instead to focus on what you can influence. In moments of stress, ask yourself, is this within my control? Am I improving the situation by reacting this way, or am I making it worse? These aren't just philosophical questions, they're practical tools for emotional clarity. Letting go of control doesn't mean you give up or resign yourself to passivity. It means directing your energy wisely toward your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions. Imagine rowing a small boat down a river. You can't stop the current, but you can learn to steer with precision, adjusting to the flow and moving forward with ease. A valuable Stoic practice for this mindset is premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of adversity. Each morning, spend a moment imagining potential setbacks, a delayed train, a cancelled meeting, a friend letting you down. By anticipating these possibilities, you make peace with them before they even occur. When they do, you'll find yourself far more prepared to accept them calmly. Letting go of control isn't a weakness. It's an extraordinary act of strength. It's a form of freedom. When you stop clinging to what you can't hold, you create space for peace, creativity, and inner power. Begin with small steps. Resist the urge to argue someone into agreeing with you. Stop replaying the past. Stop grasping for guarantees in life. Life is like a river, always flowing, often unpredictable. But when you learn to stop resisting and instead navigate with grace, you discover that peace isn't something you need to chase. It's something you create, moment by moment, choice by choice. When people don't act the way we expect them to, it's easy to feel upset or disappointed. But have you ever paused to wonder why we even expect perfection from others or the world around us? According to Stoic philosophy, this expectation of perfection is not only unrealistic, but also a major source of emotional suffering. The idea that everything should go according to our standards is an illusion, and by recognizing this, we begin to free ourselves from the negative emotions that arise when reality doesn't meet our demands. Reflect on your experiences. Have you ever been let down because a coworker didn't do their part, causing setbacks in your own work? Or maybe you felt hurt when someone close to you didn't keep a promise or said something unkind. These situations are not rare, yet we often react with the assumption that people should be flawless. But is that a fair expectation? The Stoic philosopher Epictetus teaches that it's not the events themselves that disturb us, but rather our judgments about those events. Our anger and frustration don't come from what people do, but from how we choose to view their actions. The world is naturally messy, unpredictable, and flawed. It was never meant to function according to our preferences. Trying to mold it to our will only leads to suffering. Let's consider a specific case. Imagine you spent days preparing for a vital presentation. You gave it your all, but right before it began, the colleague in charge of the supporting materials made some critical mistakes or left out important content. The initial reaction might be overwhelming frustration. You might think, how could they be so careless after all my effort? But from a Stoic viewpoint, this reaction doesn't serve you. The mistake has already happened, and blaming someone else only increases your distress. A more empowering response would be to ask, What can I do right now to make the best of this situation? Accepting that people make mistakes allows you to stay calm and think clearly, which in turn helps you find better solutions. Stoicism teaches that our focus should remain on what we can control. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, advised that we begin each day by reminding ourselves we will likely encounter rudeness, ingratitude, arrogance, betrayal, hostility, and selfishness. These aren't exceptions to the rule, they are part of life. He explained that such behaviors stem from ignorance, from a lack of understanding about what is truly good or bad. By anticipating these imperfections, we mentally prepare ourselves to respond with patience and strength. This isn't about being negative, it's about being realistic and equipping ourselves emotionally to handle life's unpredictability. Embracing the world's imperfections can also change the way we handle everyday conflicts. When someone fails to keep a promise, rather than immediately feeling betrayed, you can remind yourself that everyone is fighting battles you can't see. If you're feeling misunderstood, resist the urge to become defensive. Instead, calmly try to clarify your thoughts. Perhaps the other person didn't mean to offend, but simply didn't grasp your perspective. If someone is rude or critical, ask yourself whether their words truly injure you or whether it's your own interpretation that's creating the pain. To accept imperfection doesn't mean we stop trying to grow or improve the world around us. On the contrary, this mindset liberates us. When we stop demanding that others meet our personal standards, we free ourselves from constant disappointment and can instead invest our energy in what truly matters. Take personal relationships, for example. We often expect our partner to understand us completely, to instinctively know our feelings and needs. But even the most loving person can't read your mind. When you stop blaming them for not meeting your unspoken expectations and instead ask yourself whether you could express your needs more clearly, you not only reduce frustration, but also strengthen your relationship through better communication. When we truly embrace imperfection, we begin to find beauty in flaws. The co-worker who forgets deadlines, the friend who lets you down, the stranger who speaks harshly, all of these become chances to practice compassion and resilience. Ask yourself, have I ever made mistakes? If you desire understanding and forgiveness from others, shouldn't you be willing to extend the same to them? This shift in thinking reminds us that every human being is flawed, just as we are, and most are doing the best they can with the circumstances they face. Seneca, another great Stoic thinker, said that true freedom belongs to the brave. Having the courage to face and accept imperfection is not only a sign of compassion, it is a key to inner peace. You don't need a perfect world to be happy. When you stop expecting perfection from people or from life, you take a massive weight off your shoulders. Marcus Aurelius noted that your life's happiness depends on the quality of your thoughts. By training your mind to accept life as it is, not as you wish it to be, you begin to find peace amidst the chaos. This approach doesn't mean settling for less or tolerating harmful behavior. Rather, it's about mastering the art of living, one based on clarity, patience, and wisdom. As we start to accept the world's flaws, we arrive at a deeper realization. The way we feel about life's events is not dictated by the events themselves, but by our internal responses. This leads us to an even more personal challenge, learning to take responsibility for our emotions. The outside world is full of disorder, and people will often fail to meet our expectations. Things will rarely go exactly as we plan, but must these things shake us to our core? Accepting life's external imperfections is one part of the equation. The more difficult and more rewarding part is learning to regulate how we respond emotionally to what happens around us. This brings up a vital question. Who really controls your feelings, you or the circumstances you encounter? Stoic philosophy urges us to confront this truth head-on. Picture yourself standing in a crowded supermarket line on a hectic weekend. The place is buzzing with noise and stress. Suddenly, someone cuts in front of you without saying a word. No apology, no acknowledgement. Almost immediately, you feel a surge of irritation. You might think, how rude. The impulse to speak up angrily or to stew in frustration is strong. But here's where you can take a pause and reflect. Is this person's inconsiderate action really worth disrupting your peace? They may have acted poorly, but your emotions are still your responsibility. Why should you allow their behavior to take charge of how you feel? If you choose calmness, you'll notice something powerful. The irritation begins to melt away. That person may continue without ever realizing what they did, but their behavior no longer has any control over your mood. The cue may take a few minutes longer, but your inner stability remains untouched. What could have been a spark for hours of negativity turns into just another moment in the day, easily forgotten. Every day, we unknowingly give others control over our emotions. A harsh comment, a dismissive look, or a forgotten favor can make us feel hurt or angry. But why do we give other people such power over our emotional state? Marcus Aurelius, emperor and philosopher, reminded us that we have complete control over our minds, even if we can't control outside events. In that control lies our strength. His insight reveals a timeless truth. While you can't determine how others behave, you always have the power to choose how you respond. Think back to a time when you were unjustly criticized, maybe at work or by someone close to you. The natural reaction might have been anger, maybe even a desire to defend yourself. But imagine if, in that moment, you had reminded yourself that your value doesn't depend on one person's opinion, and that your peace of mind is not up for negotiation. That would change everything. How can we begin to develop this level of emotional mastery? The answer lies in simple but powerful practices. Start by learning to harness the power of the pause. When something upsets you, resist the immediate impulse to react. Instead, ask yourself a few key questions. Am I overreacting? Or, is this moment really worth disturbing my peace? This brief pause, though seemingly small, creates a vital gap between the trigger and your response. In that space, you gain the ability to make a conscious choice, to choose calm over chaos, wisdom over impulse. Another deeply effective approach, one rooted in ancient Stoic tradition, is to keep a daily journal of your emotions. Each evening, take a few quiet moments to reflect. Ask yourself, what stirred my emotions today? What situations challenged my inner balance? How did I respond, and could I have chosen a wiser response? This daily practice is more than just writing. It's a mirror into your emotional life. Over time, it reveals patterns, moments where you consistently lose your composure, and gives you the clarity and discipline to change your reactions. Slowly but surely, this builds a resilient mindset. Owning your emotions is the cornerstone of a more peaceful life. The truth is, no one can truly make you angry or upset unless you give them that power. The Stoic emperor Marcus Aurelius captured this timeless wisdom when he wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment. These words are not just theory, they are a call to action. They remind us that emotions, while powerful, are our possession. They are not the result of what someone else says or does, but of how we interpret and internalize the situation. Your peace of mind is your responsibility. When you learn to protect it, fiercely but calmly, you will find that very little in this world can truly disturb your inner spirit. So ask yourself, does this way of thinking resonate with you? If it does, take a moment to like this message and share your own thoughts in the comments. I'd truly love to hear your personal stories and reflections. And if you see things differently, I welcome your perspective as well. Your insights might ignite a meaningful and enriching conversation that helps us all grow. Let's keep growing together as we move forward into the next timeless principle. Lesson number 6. Practice non-reaction. In life, unexpected moments often catch us by surprise. A colleague might publicly criticize you during a meeting, leaving you stunned and embarrassed. A stranger may rudely cut in front of you in a line you've been patiently standing in. Or someone might throw a sharp and careless remark your way, leaving you feeling offended or even angry. These types of encounters, though they may seem small, can easily shake your mood and stir up feelings of resentment and frustration. But is there a better way to handle such moments? Is there a way to remain grounded and composed, even when others act out of line? The answer lies in mastering the ancient yet powerful art of non-reaction. Epictetus, one of the great voices of Stoicism, once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This simple truth holds immense power. When you pause and reflect on it, you begin to see that your emotional state is not determined by other people's behavior, but by how you choose to perceive and respond to it. Take the earlier example of being criticized during a meeting. Your initial reaction might be to feel embarrassed or irritated, especially if the criticism is public and unexpected. You might feel the urge to immediately defend yourself or push back to protect your pride. But what if you paused instead? What if, in that brief space between stimulus and response, you asked yourself, why should I let this define my mood or my worth? That colleague's hasty or insensitive words don't actually diminish your capabilities. They only reflect their own mindset in that moment. By choosing not to react emotionally, you protect your peace, maintain your professionalism, and show strength, not weakness. Consider an alternative and more stoic approach. You smile calmly and respond, "Thank you for the feedback. I'll address that after I finish presenting my ideas." With that single response, you seize control of the situation. The colleague, expecting a defensive reaction, is instead met with grace and composure. And you, rather than being flustered or rattled, walk away from the meeting with confidence and inner calm. This is the quiet power of non-reaction. Seneca, another towering figure of Stoicism, once advised, "The greatest remedy for anger is delay." One of the most effective ways to master non-reaction is to give yourself time. When someone insults you or challenges you unfairly, resist the temptation to fire back immediately. Instead, take a breath. Reflect. If the conflict is over email, delay your reply by an hour or even a full day. Time grants you clarity, and clarity allows you to respond wisely rather than impulsively. Sometimes the strongest response is silence. Choosing not to retaliate doesn't mean you are weak. On the contrary, it means you are in full control. By refusing to be provoked, you remain the master of your inner state. There's a wise old saying, if a donkey kicks you and you kick back, you're both donkeys. This humorous yet profound parable teaches that reacting to negativity with more negativity only pulls you down to the same level. But when you rise above it, when you choose not to engage, you preserve your dignity and your peace. Picture a heated argument. Each word adds fuel to the fire, but then imagine one person stops speaking. They no longer react. Eventually the flames die down. Without fuel, anger cannot survive. The one who steps back from the conflict emerges not as weak, but as wise. They have chosen peace over pride and have protected their emotional balance. Take a moment to reflect. When was the last time you lost your temper over something that in hindsight was trivial? Was the anger worth it? If you could return to that moment, would you respond differently? These are powerful questions that invite us to become more self-aware and more in control of ourselves. Marcus Aurelius captured it best when he wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." This wisdom isn't abstract, it's practical. It means that even in the chaos of life, you always have the power to reclaim your peace. Mastering non-reaction doesn't mean you accept mistreatment or remain passive in the face of injustice. It means you become discerning, choosing where your energy is best spent and refusing to waste it on meaningless provocation. By embracing non-reaction, you gain emotional mastery. You protect your peace. You develop a strong, grounded soul that cannot be easily shaken by outside forces. Remind yourself every day, you cannot control the actions of others, but you can always control your response. In a world full of noise, calmness, silence, and an unshaken heart are your greatest strengths. This is the essence of Stoicism. Now, let's explore the next vital teaching. Lesson number 7. Find joy in selflessness. As we learn to stay calm and resist the urge to react hastily to the world around us, something remarkable begins to happen. Our inner world begins to lighten. The burdens we once carried, anger, irritation, resentment, begin to lift. The things that used to trigger us now feel like minor ripples in the vast river of life. And in that space where bitterness used to reside, something new and beautiful takes root. A quiet, radiant joy. The joy of understanding, of compassion, and of giving without expectation. As our hearts soften and open, we make room for empathy and love. We begin to see that sometimes the most powerful way to protect our peace is to simply forgive, to let go, to offer kindness even when it is not returned. This is not weakness, it is transcendence. It is the mind finding clarity and the heart expanding to embrace others, even those who fall short. Marcus Aurelius beautifully reminds us in his writings that when we wake in the morning, we should take a moment to reflect on the privilege of being alive, to think, to experience joy, and to love. These are gifts that each new day provides. These simple yet profound words serve as a gentle reminder of the blessings life offers us. Every morning is an opportunity to love, to help others, and to live with a heart that is more open and receptive than it was the day before. Through the lens of Marcus Aurelius, forgiveness is not something distant or difficult to attain. It is simply an awareness that helping others brings joy, not just to them, but also to ourselves. I recall a story about a friend who worked in a highly stressful environment where he was frequently criticized, sometimes unfairly, by his colleagues. Instead of responding with anger or frustration, he chose to pause and reflect. He asked himself, "Are they going through something that I don't know about?" One day, he learned that a colleague who had been particularly critical was facing severe financial struggles. This revelation changed his entire perspective. Rather than retaliating, he chose to remain silent, to listen, and even offered help when he could. Over time, this approach not only improved their relationship, but also created a more positive and less tense atmosphere in the workplace. The same principle can be applied to our family lives. Minor disagreements in families often have the potential to escalate into major arguments. Imagine having a relative who constantly criticizes you, no matter what you do. Their words might hurt deeply, but it's important to remember that their criticism often comes from their own insecurities or struggles, rather than from a genuine desire to hurt you. When you understand this, it becomes much easier to disarm your own anger. Choosing forgiveness doesn't mean you accept wrongdoing. It means you choose not to let it dictate how you feel or control your emotional state. Anger frequently arises from our expectations of others. We expect people to behave according to our standards, but life is inherently imperfect. Everyone carries unseen burdens, and recognizing this fact allows us to let go of our expectations. Once these expectations fade, there is no longer a reason for anger to take root. The beauty of forgiveness is that it not only helps us move beyond anger, but also brings a deep sense of joy and relief. Reflect for a moment. Can you recall a time when you helped someone without expecting anything in return? How did it feel? It was likely a peaceful, fulfilling experience, one that brought a sense of purpose and joy that surpassed any material reward. Epictetus once wisely stated, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Practicing forgiveness is not only about giving to others, it is about reclaiming control over our own emotions. It is a form of spiritual freedom, a state of peace that cannot be bought with material wealth. Modern research supports this idea. People who regularly engage in acts of kindness and selflessness report higher levels of happiness. The teachings of Stoicism, which have endured for millennia, understood this truth deeply. Forgiveness is not merely a moral virtue, it is a path to a fuller, more meaningful life. Take a moment to ask yourself, can I see this situation from the other person's perspective? What might be driving their behavior? These questions, when practiced regularly, can help ease discomfort and foster understanding. When was the last time you helped someone without expecting anything in return? How did it make you feel? Reflecting on such moments can guide you toward practicing forgiveness daily. It doesn't have to be a complicated or difficult process. Sometimes it's as simple as showing patience with someone's carelessness or refraining from trying to control things that are beyond your power. Instead of clinging to anger, focus on bettering yourself. When you extend kindness to someone, be grateful for the opportunity to do so and let go of any resentment. Seneca, in his timeless wisdom, beautifully said, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness. Wherever life places us, we have the chance to offer compassion. Choose forgiveness, not just for others, but also for yourself." Through giving and understanding, we build a better world for both ourselves and those around us. Forgiveness is not just an action. It is the key to living freely and peacefully. In conclusion, we have explored 7 methods for maintaining inner peace and remaining unaffected by the anger or annoyance caused by others. These principles are not merely philosophical musings. They are practical tools that guide us toward true inner freedom. By embracing acceptance, we learn to align with life itself. By letting go of judgment, we free ourselves from the burdens of bias. By relinquishing control and embracing imperfection, we take responsibility for our emotions and practice non-reactivity. All of these steps bring us closer to genuine self-mastery. Along this journey, finding joy in compassion becomes the greatest gift we can offer, not just to others, but to ourselves as well. Have you ever been stopped by someone who just couldn't believe your age? Maybe they thought you were years, if not a decade, younger than you actually are. At first, it might seem like just a compliment. But what if I told you that looking younger than your age isn't just about good genes or skin care? It's a sign, an indicator of something much deeper, something hidden within your psychology, your mindset, and even your life choices. People who look younger often share distinct psychological traits, and today I'm about to reveal what they are. If you've ever been told you don't look your age, pay close attention, because this might explain why. Before we begin, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe, because I'll be sharing more eye-opening content like this, and you don't want to miss out. 1. You have an unbreakable spirit. Have you ever noticed how some people go through the worst storms in life, yet still manage to look untouched by time? They face heartbreak, betrayals, financial struggles, and personal losses. But when you look at them, you'd never guess the battles they've fought. Their secret? An unbreakable spirit. Your mind controls your body more than you think. The weight of stress, anxiety, and emotional burdens doesn't just exist in your thoughts. It carves itself into your skin, your posture, and even the way you carry yourself. People who seem to defy aging are not just lucky. They have learned how to master their emotions instead of letting their emotions master them. They understand one of life's most brutal truths. Stress is a silent killer, and it doesn't just take away your peace, it takes away your youth. Look at those who age prematurely. More often than not, they are people who have allowed stress to consume them. They dwell on their failures, hold on to grudges, and live in a constant state of worry. This mental state forces the body into survival mode, increasing cortisol levels, the stress hormone responsible for wrinkles, dull skin, and overall exhaustion. It doesn't just make you look older, it makes you feel older too. But then there are those who refuse to let stress dictate their lives. No matter what happens, they get back up. They take the blows, but they don't let the bruises remain. They have this deep-rooted resilience, a kind of mental toughness that keeps them from drowning in negativity. And guess what? Their faces reflect that strength. Their skin remains vibrant, their eyes stay full of life, and their presence radiates energy. If you've ever been told that you look younger than your age, ask yourself, are you someone who keeps moving forward despite hardships? Do you laugh in the face of adversity instead of letting it break you? If so, you may have cracked the ultimate secret to agelessness, not just in appearance, but in spirit. And if you haven't yet mastered this, the best time to start is now. Let go of what you cannot control. Find strength in your struggles. Refuse to be defeated, because while life will try to wear you down, only you have the power to decide whether it leaves a mark on your soul or your face. 2. You embrace change instead of fearing it. Have you ever met someone who, despite their age, has this unstoppable energy, the kind that makes you question if time even affects them? They move through life with excitement, curiosity, and openness that seems almost childlike. These are the people who have discovered the ultimate key to staying young, embracing change instead of fearing it. Stubbornness is one of the fastest ways to age, mentally, emotionally, and physically. When people resist change, they trap themselves in cycles of stress, frustration, and stagnation. Their minds grow rigid, their habits repetitive, and their bodies begin to reflect the weight of their unwillingness to adapt. This resistance doesn't just affect their mood, it manifests in their posture, their expressions, and even the way they carry themselves. You've probably seen it. The frown lines, the stiffness, the energy of someone who is simply existing rather than truly living. Now think about those who seem ageless, even in their 50s, 60s, or beyond. They are the ones who don't let time define them. Instead of clinging to the past, they welcome new experiences. Instead of saying, "I'm too old for this," they say, "Why not?" They are lifelong learners, willing to grow, evolve, and try things outside of their comfort zone. This flexibility isn't just good for the soul, it's a powerful anti-aging weapon. Science backs this up. People who constantly learn new skills, explore different ideas, and remain socially and intellectually engaged maintain stronger brain function and healthier bodies. Their minds stay sharp and their spirits remain lively, which naturally reflects in their appearance. There's a certain glow to someone who embraces life with open arms. Their faces don't carry the heaviness of regret or the stiffness of resistance. Instead, they radiate a youthful energy that is undeniable. So if you ever wonder why some people look much older than they are, while others seem to defy time, look at their attitude toward change. Those who resist it age faster, both inside and out. But those who flow with life, who see every twist and turn as an adventure, remain youthful not just in looks, but in spirit. The truth is, aging isn't just about the passing of years. It's about how you respond to the changes that come with them. If you refuse to evolve, you will feel old long before your time. But if you embrace the unknown, stay curious, and never let yourself grow mentally stiff, you will carry an energy that makes people wonder, what's your secret? 3. Your mind is always curious. Have you ever met someone whose energy is so vibrant, so alive, that they seem untouched by time? They could be 40, 50, or even 60, yet they have the spark of someone half their age. What's their secret? It's not just good genetics or a fancy skincare routine. It's their curiosity. Most people assume that youth is only about how you look, but that's a lie. True youth starts in the mind. The moment you stop being curious, stop asking questions, stop learning, you start aging in ways that no anti-aging cream can fix. A dull mind leads to a dull body. People who let life become repetitive, who settle into routines without ever exploring new things, slowly lose the energy that once made them shine. You can see it in their posture, in their tired eyes, in the way they speak. They aren't living, they're simply existing. Now contrast that with someone who is endlessly curious. These are the people who never stop learning, who always want to know more about the world, about people, about themselves. They pick up new hobbies, ask deep questions, challenge their own thoughts, and see life as an adventure rather than a burden. Their minds stay sharp, and as a result, their bodies follow. Science backs this up. Mental stimulation keeps the brain active, reducing cognitive decline and even slowing down the aging process. But curiosity does more than just keep your mind fresh. It changes your entire energy. Have you ever noticed that people with youthful curiosity have a certain glow? Their eyes are brighter, their expressions are more animated, and they carry an aura of excitement. They don't see life as something that's slipping away. They see it as something to keep discovering. And that mentality alone reflects in their physical appearance. So if people often tell you that you look younger than your age, take a moment to think. Are you someone who is always curious? Do you find joy in learning new things? Do you challenge yourself to grow instead of just going through the motions? If the answer is yes, then you've unlocked one of the most powerful secrets to staying young. Because the truth is, youth isn't just about the years you've lived. It's about the fire in your mind. Keep that fire alive, and time will never truly catch up with you. 4. You express your emotions freely. Have you ever noticed how some people carry the weight of the world on their faces? Their eyes seem tired, their expressions hardened, and their presence feels heavy, as if life itself has worn them down. Now compare them to those who look younger than their age. Their faces are lighter, their eyes brighter, and there's a softness in the way they carry themselves. What's the difference? Emotional expression. Emotions are not meant to be locked away. When you suppress your feelings, whether it's sadness, anger, frustration, or even joy, you create an inner tension that your body absorbs. It builds up like poison, increasing stress levels, tightening your muscles, and manifesting as deep lines on your face. Years of unexpressed emotions don't just weigh down your mind, they physically alter your appearance. Think about someone who holds in their emotions all the time. They keep a straight face, never allowing themselves to fully laugh, cry, or speak their truth. Over time, this emotional suppression takes a toll. Stress hormones like cortisol rise, accelerating aging by damaging skin elasticity, draining energy, and even weakening the immune system. These are the people who look older than they are. Not because of genetics, but because of the emotional weight they refuse to release. Now look at those who age gracefully, who look younger than their years. What do they have in common? They allow themselves to feel. When they're happy, they don't hold back their laughter. When they're sad, they don't pretend to be fine. They cry, they talk, they release. They are emotionally honest, and this honesty keeps them youthful. Their faces don't carry the tension of years of unspoken words or suppressed pain. Instead, they remain expressive, vibrant, and full of life. It's no surprise that cultures that encourage open emotional expression tend to have people who appear more youthful and energetic. Emotional release is a natural anti-aging tool, one that no expensive product can replace. Studies show that people who openly express emotions tend to have lower levels of stress and better overall health, both physically and mentally. So, if you've ever been told that you look younger than your age, it might not just be because of good skincare or genetics. It could be because you don't let emotions rot inside you. You speak, you laugh, you cry, and you release. And in doing so, you free yourself not just mentally but physically. Because the truth is, the face is a reflection of the soul, and those who let their emotions flow freely, they stay young, not just in appearance, but in spirit. 5. You surround yourself with positive energy. Have you ever walked into a room and immediately felt drained, as if the air itself was heavy? Or spent time with someone who, after just a few minutes, left you feeling exhausted? That's because energy is contagious, whether it's positive or negative, and if you constantly expose yourself to negativity, it doesn't just affect your mind, it slowly wears down your body, making you age faster. The truth is, the people you surround yourself with have a direct impact on your youthfulness. If you're constantly around individuals who complain, criticize, or drain your energy with their pessimism, it physically takes a toll on you. Stress levels rise, your body tenses up, and over time you start carrying that negativity in your posture, your face, and even your health. You see it in people who seem far older than their actual age. Tired eyes, deep frown lines, and an overall heaviness in their presence. But then there are those who look effortlessly young, no matter their age. They have a radiance, a glow, an energy that feels alive. What's their secret? They carefully choose their environment. They spend time with people who lift them up, who inspire them, who bring laughter instead of complaints. They know that negative energy is a slow poison, and they refuse to let it infect their lives. Science backs this up. Studies show that positive social interactions reduce stress hormones and even slow down the aging process at a cellular level. Laughter, genuine connection, and uplifting conversations don't just make you feel better, they keep your body younger. Ever wonder why some people seem to glow with youth despite their years? It's because they surround themselves with people who fill them with life, not drain it from them. Look around you. Are the people in your life adding to your energy or taking from it? If you find yourself constantly surrounded by negativity, it might be affecting you in ways you don't even realize. But the good news is, you have the power to change it. Choose positivity, and your body will thank you for it. Because at the end of the day, youth isn't just about how you look. It's about the energy you carry. And that energy is shaped by the people you allow into your world. So if you've been told that you look younger than your age, it might not just be luck. It could be a sign that you've surrounded yourself with the kind of energy that keeps you truly alive. 6. You live with passion and purpose. Have you ever looked at someone and thought they looked tired of life? Their face lacks expression, their posture is heavy, and their energy feels drained, as if they're just going through the motions, waiting for time to pass. Now contrast that with someone who radiates life, someone who speaks with excitement, whose eyes light up when they talk about their dreams, whose presence feels electric. The difference? Passion, purpose, a reason to wake up every morning. People who lack passion often appear older than their years. When life feels empty, when there's nothing exciting on the horizon, it shows. The human body reacts to emotional stagnation just as much as it reacts to physical inactivity. When you're disconnected from your purpose, your mind becomes dull, your spirit dims, and your body follows. The result? A face that looks tired, aged, and uninspired. But then there are those who glow with youthful energy, no matter their age. They don't wake up dreading the day. They wake up driven, excited, ready to create, build, and experience. This passion fuels them from the inside, and it reflects outward. You can see it in their expressions, in the way they move, in the way they carry themselves, with enthusiasm and vitality. And the science backs it up. Studies show that having a sense of purpose reduces stress, lowers inflammation, and even extends lifespan. When you're actively pursuing something that excites you, whether it's a career, a hobby, or a personal mission, your brain produces more dopamine and serotonin, the very chemicals responsible for happiness and youthful energy. These chemicals keep your skin glowing, your body active, and your spirit alive. If you've been told you look younger than your age, it might not be just genetics. It could be because you have something that fuels your soul, something that gives you a reason to keep pushing forward with excitement. So ask yourself, are you just existing, or are you truly living? Because if you're lost in routine, uninspired and stagnant, it's not just your mind that suffers. Your body will show it too. But if you have passion, if you have a goal that ignites your spirit, you will carry an energy that defies age itself. Because in the end, youth isn't about how many years you've lived. It's about how alive you feel inside. And those who live with passion, they never truly grow old. 7. You let go of the past. Have you ever seen someone who carries the weight of their past on their face? Their eyes seem distant, their expression tired, as if they are trapped in memories they can't escape. The truth is, holding on to regret, resentment, or guilt doesn't just affect your mind, it physically changes you. It burdens your body, increases stress, and over time, it makes you age faster than you should. The past is heavy. Every unresolved conflict, every painful memory, every mistake you replay over and over again. It all takes a toll on your health, both mentally and physically. Stress hormones like cortisol rise when you dwell on things you can't change, and over time, they lead to premature aging, wrinkles, and even illness. People who hold on to bitterness often develop a hardened, worn-out look, as if life itself has drained them. And in a way, it has. But then there are those who seem light, vibrant, and effortlessly young, no matter their age. What's their secret? They don't let the past define them. They've made peace with what's behind them. They understand that carrying old pain only hurts them, not the people who caused it. Instead of clinging to regret, they focus on the present. Instead of living in past mistakes, they choose growth, healing, and freedom. Science supports this. Studies have shown that people who practice forgiveness and mindfulness have lower levels of stress, better immune function, and even a longer lifespan. When you let go of grudges and regrets, your body follows suit. It releases tension, repairs itself, and allows you to maintain a youthful, radiant presence. If you've been told that you look younger than your age, it might not be just genetics. It could be because you refuse to let the past weigh you down. You've chosen to live in the moment, to move forward instead of looking back. And that mindset, it keeps you young inside and out. So ask yourself, what are you still holding on to? Is it anger, guilt, resentment? Whatever it is, it's not just hurting your soul, it's aging you. But the moment you decide to let go, to stop carrying what no longer serves you, you'll feel something incredible, lighter, freer, younger. Because in the end, the past is a burden, and those who release it, they carry a glow that time can't touch. So if you've ever wondered why you look younger than your age, now you know. It's not just about genetics, but about your mindset, your lifestyle, and your energy. And if you don't look younger yet, maybe it's time to adopt these powerful psychological habits. If you found this video insightful, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more content that reveals the hidden truths about life and psychology. Share this with someone who always gets mistaken for being younger. They might find it just as fascinating as you did. And now, tell me in the comments, what's the craziest age mistake someone has made about you? I'd love to hear your stories. Stay youthful, stay powerful, and I'll see you in the next video.